to this meeting of the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board for Thursday, the 5th of May. I am Belinda Ward, your chairperson, and welcome to those of you that are online and all of those that are waiting in the lobby to present and speak to us today in relation to your applications. Starting with our Deputy Chair, I'll get my board to introduce themselves to you. Thank you.
Good morning, Frank Owen, Deputy Chair representing the Kerikeri subdivision.
Good morning, Lane Eyre, representing the Kerikeri subdivision.
Good morning, Bruce Mills, representing the Whangaroa subdivision.
Good morning, Manuela Camille-Hornell, and I'm representing Oprah and Russell subdivision.
Morena, ko manu ai Wales toku ingoa no Waiomi o hau. Inoho anau ki kawakawa I nei. So I'm Manu Wai Wales. I'm the subdivision representative for the Moerewa Kawakawa area. Kia ora.
Morena koutou, ko Dave Hokwe Kopa toku ingoa, represent the Kerikeri subdivision.
Rachel.
Good morning, ko Rachel Smith toku ingoa. I am one of the councillors that represents Whanga's District Council at this board. Thank you.
And David, thank you.
Yeah, good morning. David Clendon, a councillor for the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa. I'm a non-voting participant in these meetings. Kia ora.
Thank you. And we have our support staff there, Joshna.
I'm Joshna from the Democracy Services team from Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Sounds like everyone who wants to introduce themselves has done so. So welcome. We will move on and we will start our day with the karakia, which I will read. That we ask that through the board's discussions and decisions, the representatives elected may advocate on behalf of the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa with aroha, imagination, skill and wisdom to achieve a fairer and more united outcome that enhances the well-being of the community and solves the community's problems efficiently and effectively. Right, I'll ask everybody present online, please, to those members to raise your hands if you have any questions, and I will hand over to our public forums section. And we have our first speaker of the day is Terry Greening. Terry's going to give us a 5-minute presentation on the Te Wahapu Community Project. Terry, if you're there and you can hear me, you have 5 minutes and we will indicate to you a minute out from your presentation. The floor is yours. Welcome. Haven't seen you for a long time.
Good morning, Madam Chair, and good morning, members of the Community Board. Good to see a lot of old faces that from way back. I know I've only got a short time, and I'm assuming that you have seen and read the paper I forwarded to Joshna. Okay, so I won't go through it all. I'm just going to summarise what we are wanting. So I'm speaking on behalf of the Kaha Play volunteer group. We have for the past 3 years worked with district facilities to try and convert what is a piece of council land designated as public access way into that purpose. 3 years, and by December last year we had got nowhere. So I've approached IM staff and asked, could we put this into the long-term plan so that council takes it as a piece of work. My advice was that I would have to present it to the community board so that you either sponsor it or endorse it as a project worthy of going into the long-term plan. Now, I gave you a little plan, which I'd hope you can see, but on that, the piece of land we're talking about is the highlighted in yellow. So any questions, really?
Thank you, Terry. Yeah. Questions, please. You will have received the 3 attachments from Joshna with some of the history. Manuela.
Good morning, Terry. Thank you for taking your time to make us aware of the issues you're having to proceed with your project. So you looking at, I mean, I've talked to you about this before and I know what you want to do. Your only hold up is to get consent to actually go ahead with the project.
Correct. We've filled in numerous forms, taken numerous action, and by Christmas last year, the big hold up was that we were asked to get sign off by Heritage New Zealand. They have declined to communicate with us. So that's why I've come to council.
And the Marai's given you the okay to go ahead, the Kororareka Marae?
I haven't spoken to them.
Okay. Right. That was my only question. Thank you.
Any other questions? No. Well, thanks for that, Terry. I'm not sure if you're aware or not, but the staff members that you would have been dealing with, David Clendon. David.
Yes, thanks, Belinda, and hello, Terry. Terry,
Hello.
you said that Heritage has declined to speak to you. Do you mean you simply had no response, or have they come back and said they don't want to talk about this issue?
I've asked twice. I sent the original correspondence direct to Bill Edwards.
Oh.
And the second time I asked, his secretary told me that Bill had it and was working on it, but that was back in January.
Okay. Yeah, it's unusual. Normally they're quite keen to respond to invitations or requests of that sort, so it seems against the norm, but so be it. Thank you.
Thanks, Terry. And my response to you around that is that hopefully we can assist there, because we now have an ex-Heritage New Zealand staff member as leading our parks and reserves, who I'm sure I can invite to have a discussion with us, or he will discuss aspects, or perhaps try and act as a conduit to link you with the appropriate person in Heritage New Zealand to get some action on that to move this forward. So I've noted that, and we'll make some inquiries.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I pointed out in my paper, our volunteer group has pretty much dissolved because many of the properties have sold on our street. We're now at the point of saying, if council doesn't want us to do it, we would like council this project, which is why I've come to the board.
Right. So the volunteer agreement in the past, it wasn't in the attachments, Terry. So did that not get signed? You didn't get to the point of actually signing a volunteer agreement with council?
We had submitted the full volunteer agreement with all appropriate attachments requested about a year ago, maybe even 18 months ago, and it's still not been signed off at the council end.
Thank you. Great, thanks, Terry. So at the end of the meeting, we have an action sheet, and we will discuss it and put some recommendations to pursue this. Manuela, your hand up, or is it?
I just wanted to just follow up saying we just had a meeting with our new CEO, and he seems to be wanting to action a lot of things that have been dormant and sitting there, been waiting to sort out. So we'll hold him to his word.
Thank you, Manuela. We will indeed. And Terry, I've just had, I have obviously Ross Baker online listening listening in who is the ex-Heritage New Zealand staff member who is now our guru on parks and reserves and management plans. He has just noted, I'll read here to you, he's happy to follow up with Bill Edwards on our behalf and James Robinson of Heritage New Zealand. Poheri Tonga, if you can brief me on the project. They are extremely understaffed. And that's from Ross Baker, who is our new Parks and Reserves man. So thank you for that comment, Ross. And hopefully that will give you a bit of hope there.
As a follow-up to that, Madam Chair, to kick this process off to come through to you guys, I was speaking with Glenn Raynham in IAMS, and he was going to speak to Bill Edwards on our behalf. And that was back in March. And once again, nothing.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for that. Now we have a little more information to follow up on. Appreciate you presenting to us, Terry, and apologies that it didn't make it to our agenda last month.
Madam Chair, Glenn Raynham has his hand up.
Glenn, hi there, Glenn. Terry, if you haven't met Glenn Raynham, he has just, you can probably see his face here on screen. He's just popped up. Glenn, would you like to comment on this before we close it?
Yes, please. That would be fantastic. So yes, just a bit of background. This issue has been going on for some time. One of the stumbling blocks was the volunteer agreement, and I understand the legal agreement itself has been sorted and was sorted some time ago, but our legal department put some various criteria around the volunteer agreement in terms of the trust format that needed to be set up by the volunteer group or to go under the umbrella of a trust for this agreement to be signed, and that had been an issue. There's also the issue that Terry raised around Heritage New Zealand. But I just wanted to, and I've got involved in this in the very late stage, in fact, back in March, which is a month or so ago, and have been trying to push things through for Terry in relation to this. And one of my advices was to come to the board today to seek their support for the community board to put this forward as a council project. But I just wanted to clarify one thing with you, Terry, was when we were talking, you did suggest to me that the community group that you had to do this project now was going to be very, very difficult to arrange. So even if you got Heritage New Zealand support, it was still going to be difficult because of the comment that you did make earlier today around the neighbours have all changed hands, and to try and get them to support this project, it was very difficult. And really, in your opinion, the only way this project was going to proceed was if it was a council project. Is that correct?
Yes, Glenn, it is correct. I haven't approached a lot of the new neighbours. They've only been in the street a matter of weeks, and there's really only a handful of them that are affected by not having access to down to the beach to their moorings. So they haven't seen the sort of the urgency to get this job going, and haven't really been aware of what we've been doing in the past.
Thank you. I just wanted to make that point clear, just so that it was clear in community board members' minds that the position you were wanting, or the outcome you're wanting from your presentation today, was community board support through a council process to get it as an LTP project, as opposed to the community board supporting and assisting in getting the volunteer agreement signed and this volunteer initiative underway.
No, it's the former, thank you, to get it into the LTP.
Yeah, thank you.
Great, thank you for chiming in, Glenn, and informing us and Terry on that. That's just a little bit more information that is helpful in our decision-making process. So thanks, Terry. We'll discuss this later on in the day at the end of the meeting and decide on further action to move this forward.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Nice to see you. Right, moving on. Our next speaker, we have Anouk Van Donzel presenting the petition in relation to the corner of Waiari Road, State Highway 10 with the rubbish issue. This is on page 216 of your agenda. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Anouk, and I live down Waiari Road, which is on the back way between Okaiho and Kaio. And in the last 2 or 3 years, the collection point at the end of the road has become a real issue. For those of you who drive past will have seen it, that from Monday onwards, there's an ever-increasing pile of rubbish piling up, spilling into the waterways, which is just below, and it's just used as a local dumping ground. So when I just moved here, it wasn't an issue because there was a couple of bags at the end of the road dropped off at the correct time. So the pickup point has got a couple of issues. It's not used correctly. And there's a lot of illegal dumping there, which actually constitute anything that's being put there from Monday onwards. And it's used by the whole local vicinity. So a few years ago, there was another issue at Dip Road, which some of you may have been aware of. That got closed, which was necessary, but that problem didn't disappear. It just got transposed to the end of our road. So what we are asking for, and I can show you, would you like to see some photos? Sure. Okay, I'll see if I can share. Am I sharing now? Yeah.
You are.
Okay, so this is the Waiari dump, which is, as you can see, there's a lot of blue bags, there's a lot of cardboard, and if you can see down here, things are spilling down. So for those of you who are not really aware of it, there's a stream right next to it. When the rubbish ends up in the stream, it goes straight into the waterways, goes straight into the harbour. In my work as an environmental educator, I do a lot of work around educating people around the effects of plastics in our waterways and in our food chain, and it is actually a real issue for the health of our harbour and health of our people. I will stop sharing now. I've got a couple of photos here as well. So we do a lot of cleanups. This is just a local cleanup from some stuff in Kaio that was done, and this was collected just in the local area. There's a few hot spots, but I won't go into that right now. What I would like to point out is what I would like to focus on. Stop sharing. Yeah, is that we need to find a localized solution, because just transposing the problem to yet another point or closing it is not making it go away. We had 140 signatures approximately, both in paper and online. That shows there's a real community support, but in the petition, we were also really careful to make sure that we're looking for a solution, because one of the concerns of people who are supporting the closing of the end of the road is that if we're just going to close it, people are just going to dump it down the road. And we already see that that is an issue. So White Hills is too far. Some people would argue that, but seeing that the problem has been transposed from Dip Road to the end of Waiari Road, we really feel that there needs to be a local solution for people to be able to take things. And we're asking the community board support to take this further, so we can start looking for a localized solution away from a waterway. Because it's not like, especially if it's in line with council's future plans on future-proofing the environment, we need to make sure that all these waste pickup points are away from waterways. That's really me.
Lovely, thank you.
I could talk for hours on rubbish, but I won't.
Pretty self-explanatory, isn't it? Thank you very much. Thanks for presenting, and for all the work behind the drivers of the petition. I know our member Bruce Mills has had some communication in the community over that petition.
Yes, sorry, I just meant to say we have been in touch with Waste Management as well, and they're really keen to support us on finding a better solution, because they also see that it's a big problem. And the lady at the dump does too, because she actually has to jump down the drain and pick some of the stuff out, and it's costing actually council and Waste Management quite a lot of money as well in terms of cleanup. Sorry.
Excellent, thank you, and thanks for the effort and work put into the petition. Have a great day.
Thank you. Are there any
Oh,
questions?
there is a question from, hang on, I've got 2 hands just popped up. David Clendon first, please, and then Rachel Smith.
Yeah, kia ora, Anuk.
Yeah.
We're aware, of course, you've got a greater than casual interest in waste management. You're looking for a better solution. What might that solution look like? Are you talking about an alternative site or what? Yeah, what is the solution, do you believe?
I think that we need to look into an alternative site in Kaya, either a closed bin or set up a small recycling place that is managed, because as we all know, as soon as things are not managed, it just usually turns into a problem. So yeah, I do feel that we should probably look at into finding a similar setup to either Totara North or but in a more local place, because Kaya has grown lots in the recent years, and the pressure on our local community has changed.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you, and Councillor Smith.
Kia ora, Anuk. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
I was recently down in Thames Coromandel, and I know that they have a similar situation to us where they're challenged with rubbish collection for rural communities and the transport that's required with that. I don't know if you can see the chat, but I've just popped a photo of what they're using as a solution at the moment. So they're effectively using, it's almost like a giant shipping container style thing that's in reserve car parks and things. You pay $2 and you put your bag into it, and it collects them, and it gives a more centralized collection point. I was just wondering if you'd done any research or have any knowledge around whether or not that sort of approach works.
Well, can look into that in more depth if you like. I do think it's a good solution. I know that further north people use skip bins for a more contained collection, but because of the nature of the beast, I do feel that even if that's going to happen, it needs to be away directly from a waterway. This would possibly work really well. I think I'll just have a chat to Coromandel Council to see how that's working for them, because that would be really nice to know.
Thank you, and we are out of time, but I'll take one final question. I've got Manuela. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for coming to make us aware of yet another rubbish problem. And I would like to just remind our board of the issue we had down Kawakawa Way, turn off to Pakaru Road down that way. And I don't know, it doesn't seem to be such a big issue anymore since the site's just been closed. But we were coming up with, or we as the council was coming up with a better solution, and I haven't seen that yet. But I like what Rachel just put up. This makes really sense, and it's not free. People actually have to put a $2 coin in and make them more responsible for their waste, and I like that.
Yeah, a lot of the bags that are being dropped off at the end of the road, they have been paid for. So it shows that people are happy to pay. They're just not happy to go out of their way. Yes.
Yeah. I know, but we need a solution for the whole district. That's what I'm saying. You know, it's a problem everywhere, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm very well aware of that. Thank you.
I know you are.
Lovely, thank you, and thanks, Anuk, for presenting.
Thank you for having me.
We'll discuss the petition a little bit further on in our meeting and see how we can elevate that to council on your behalf.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Thank you. You too.
Bye-bye.
Have a great day. Bye. Next, we have Therese Wickbom. Therese is here from Board Angels. Do we have Therese in the gallery there? Here to speak for the Charitable Trust for the Rainbow Rangatahi. This is page 122, and the additional information, it's on pages 1. Thank you. Therese, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can, thank you. Yes, the floor is yours for 5 minutes.
Great.
Welcome back.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and kia ora koutou katoa. It's good to be back. First of all, we acknowledge and appreciate the opportunity to share our community-led development supporting Rainbow Rangatahi with you again. And I just want to do special thanks to Dave. You weren't there when we last presented this project, and you were helpful, very helpful and supportive in our early meetings, and Rachel for your super action and support. When we met with the board earlier this year, we were privileged to hear from parents who bravely shared their own story of isolation, exclusion, love and concern for their transgender child, B. And B's story is his own, but it does reflect that of many rangatahi across Hawaii. Others have left the region in search for a town that welcomes them. The rangatahi we're connecting with, have been lately, are struggling with their very real challenges at home, school and in the community. And we're meeting with these youth on a regular basis. We need your support to include and awhi them by providing the spaces and community symbols of inclusivity. Now, being a teenager is hard, we all know that. Being in a marginalised group is also hard. But imagine for a minute what it's like to be struggling with your sexual identity as well as being a teen and in another marginalised group. And some of our rangatahi are dealing with that on a daily basis. Statistically, they're at 40% greater risk of self-harm, truancy, abuse, suicide, and probably crime. And we all know what's happening at the moment around the motu with youth and crime. So of course we must act. We must physically signal to our at-risk, highly vulnerable tamariki that we value and respect them no matter how they identify. And we'll continue to consult with our iwi groups to develop meaningful context from a te ao Māori perspective. And what we're proposing in placemaking includes mobile safe spaces, rainbow art in public spaces, sidewalk decals, a town banner for events and to affirm our rainbow people, plus community forums to educate, inform and include the LGBTQI+ community. Meanwhile, our Little Bald Angels team are currently consulting with Kirikiri, Paihia, Kaio and Kawakawa community leaders and groups to engage in real community-led development principles across the ward in this kaupapa. When our young LGBTQI people are at such high risk through exclusion and isolation, how can we not make this a priority? All our tamariki deserve to thrive. The future depends on them. We need to act now. So thank you. That's what I wanted to share, and I'm happy to take questions. Oops, I can't hear.
Thank you. And we do have a couple of minutes for questions if anyone would like to raise their hands. I can't see any hands up at present to raise. Any questions in relation to this application on page 122? No, it appears not.
Okay, lovely. Thank you so much for
So
your
you're
time.
free to go and enjoy your day. Thank you for coming back and presenting to us.
Teresa, thank you.
Right, moving on, we have Shirley May. Do we have Shirley May to speak to the Bay of Islands Country Rock Music Festival on page 131 and additional information on pages 32 in your agendas? Is Shirley there, Joshna?
No, I don't see her here.
Not yet. Okay. So in the interest of time, we'll park Shirley and move on to excuse me, Steph Godsip. We've got Steph and Jackie Sanders presenting to us if they are here from Business Pie here for the Matariki Festival, which is on page 138 with additional information on page 53. Good morning, Steph. And Jackie, I can see you. How are you?
So I'm here for Business Pie here with the Bay of Islands Matariki Festival. Business Pie here are fully behind it and supporting the festival, mainly because it's going to bring, it's a significant cultural event, and it's this, it's a sort of 2-week event, but on the 24th of June, which is the annual public holiday, is going to be the showcase sort of event. It's going to bring people, the reasons behind Business Pie here being behind this collaborative event is it's bringing people to the region. I mean, it's businesses are suffering right now, which means our whole community is suffering. And also with the community, it's a free event and it is there to bring the community together. And this is Russell Waitangi Pie here, but we expect, you know, all of Northland to be coming over to this sort of free event. So what we have done, there's a large group of volunteers and other stakeholders behind this event to try and drive it forward, but we definitely need support and funding and that sort of thing as well. We've been working with Jackie Sanders, who's started this last year, but with COVID, it never got off the ground. So she's got a great framework in place and has been working with iwi and many other stakeholders. So I'm going to leave Jackie to answer your questions and that sort of thing, but I just really wanted to say that the business community and Focus Paihia and the people of Paihia and Russell are sort of right behind this and really want to bring this event to be an annual thing that will showcase the region and the cultural aspects. And yeah, I just think it's something that's really, really needed. So I'm going to pass you to Jackie.
Kia ora and koutou katoa. Yeah, just to expand, we did get Matariki Pai Whairangi off the ground, and last year, that was the first year. We did want to kind of get it rolling in some way, so we have built a good structure and community framework. So liaising with all the local iwi, marae, and community groups, and so we got it off the ground last year and expanding this year. So last year we had about 45 events. This year we've got it'll be over sort of like 50 or 60 experiences in total, across like June and July. So it's quite spread out, but with a huge concentration on that new public holiday long weekend. So as Steph said, we really need to drive visitation, but I also think that it's really important for the community. It's been incredible to see the community coming together. There is a lot of us working together that haven't collaborated before in terms of, sort of business associations, iwi, sort of like Kororareka, Waitangi National Trust, Ngāti Hene, sort of Waitangi. It's absolutely incredible. Plus all the businesses and the restaurants and the community groups. Since the application, Michelle Wilson from Meraki Community Hub has put together a huge 2-day free community workshop program that we can build around this event that we're applying for funding for. So if you'd like to ask any questions, please do. I don't want to use up all the time, but I could talk for a long time about this.
Great, Jackie, thank you. And I have to say, from my personal perspective, it's great to see some events applications coming back into our agendas. Our communities are craving for activity, and thanks, Steph, for collaborating and bringing the community groups together. Questions? Manawai.
Morning. I agree with you, Belinda. It's nice to see some of our event applications coming through, and people having the chance to gather outside, in particular for outside events, which is really awesome. Thank you for bringing this application in. It's a beautiful application for the beginning of our new year. I'm wondering who from Waitangi Marae is involved in this kaupapa, given that you are on the whenua.
So Ngāti Kawa has been involved in all the discussions, and we've done a collaborative application to some other funding, and that we're hoping that if we receive that, they have the plans for an all-day event at Waitangi Marae. They're also Ngāti Kawa and Isaiah Apiata are going to be some of our tauhanga telling stories on. We've got like dawn cruises, which they all participated in last year, where we went out to see Matariki rising. So in that respect, they'll be very much involved if we can secure some more funding. Sort of in terms of putting on events at Waitangi and also participating in other events. We've also got Albert Cash in terms of the waka, putting together that side of things, and in Kororareka Deb Ruri and the committee over there have put together quite an extensive program over several weeks.
Awesome. I did see Kororareka in the kaupapa that you've given us. I didn't see Waitangi Marae, and I'm sure that's one of the things that the whānau out there would like to see on that paper as well, because it is predominantly going to be on this side. Throw them into the application there, so that because it is publicly notified, so they will be curious to see as to why they're not. And an acknowledgement of the Māori values, te ao Māori values that you'll be upholding. That's what I would like to see. And if you come back to us again, it would have been nice to see it in this application, actually, to see how that's growing the kaupapa, because these things have run the risk of becoming a Māori name slapped onto a Pākehā event, what is traditionally actually a Pākehā event. And we don't want to, we aren't like that here. Not in our area.
No,
Bad Islands-Whangaroa, we like to do things authentically. So we want to make sure that it has every bit of that te ao Māori essence in it, especially if it has an ingoa Māori.
Absolutely, and that's been what I've been pushing the whole way along, and like sort of like trying to work and support everybody to do those funding applications. We've got we've been talking with Hini Hotarini has been helping as a kaupapa Māori advisor as well, and so she, you know, so she's in that role and helping make sure that it's authentic. It can't be a Pākehā festival with, you know, sort of with Matariki stuck in front of it, and that's absolutely not. Mātauranga Māori has to be at the centre and core of everything, and everything is signed off by that kaupapa Māori advisor.
Awesome, thank you. Put that in, lead with that in your application, because in council and community mahi, sometimes we get caught up on the numbers too much, but that actually forms a significant part of building our knowledge, our understanding, and our connection with the community. That is as important, if not as important, if not more important than the numbers. So, kia ora, thank you. That was a beautiful kōrero you just shared. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for that discussion, and thank you, Steph and Jackie, and good luck with this festival. I don't see any more hands up, and we are out of time. So with that, I'll move on and leave you two to go and enjoy your day.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ngā mihi.
Lovely.
Thank you. Right, next up we have Bridie Lendon and Neil Driver from Lonsdale Park Camp Board Trust to discuss their footpath upgrade, which is on page 152, and your additional information, if you have any questions, is on page 143. Welcome.
Kia ora.
Hi, Bridie.
That's right, I'll introduce you. Morning everyone, tēnā koutou katoa, ko Bridie Lendon, tōku ingoa, te kaitiake a hau mō Lonsdale Park, me te kai kōrero mō te kaupapa i tēnei wā. Ngā mihi mahana kia koutou katoa. So kia ora everyone, thank you so much for this opportunity to speak to you today about our funding application and to speak on behalf of the Trust. I'm the camp manager of Lonsdale Park, and I'm also here joined by Neil Driver just across the desk from me, and he is the chairperson of the Trust. So I'll just give you a very brief overview if anyone's not familiar with Lonsdale Park, tell you about our project, and then open it up to questions after that. So Lonsdale Park is situated on Matoti Bay Road in Kaio. It has a long-standing and a rich history within Te Tai Tokerau. So the whole park itself was gifted to the youth of Northland in 1963, actually, by Neil's grandparents. So the tradition of the Driver family is strong and still supporting the kaupapa here. So the park is run by a board of volunteer trust members as an outdoor education facility, and it also has 10 acres of protected bush under the QE2 National Covenant Trust. The park is purpose-built for school and youth groups, but is also used by a wide range of community groups, sports groups, iwi, church, and a lot of whānau reunions happen here, which is really awesome. Many of these are local groups, all from around Northland. We also get a lot of groups from Auckland, Waikato, Taranaki. We even have a regular school that comes up from far as Christchurch, comes all the way up from Christchurch. They love to come up and they time it with Waitangi. So they have this whole, they do it around Waitangi Day to get that whole experience, which is really neat. The facilities at Lonsdale Park include a central dining hall. We've got a kitchen, sleeping lodges, and a wide range of activities that provide learning opportunities. A lot of them are focused towards team building, collaboration, confidence, problem solving, and of course the kids have got to have fun, so they definitely do that while they're here. Each year the park has over 1,500 campers that come in their groups. They're enjoying that, you know, quintessential camp experience. They're making those classic childhood memories that you get on school camp, and they're also using it as a place to connect with their whānau and friends. The project we're applying for today is to upgrade the footpaths that connect the hall to the surrounding sleeping lodges. This upgrade will just massively improve the accessibility around the park, around the facility, adding to the kids' camp experience. And by upgrading the footpaths, it'll also give us an awesome foundation for future projects, which we would like to get into is things like creating learning outdoor and teaching spaces for the kids as well. Lonsdale Park relies on user fees, donations and grant funding to carry out maintenance and improvements throughout the park. This is the first time the Trust has reached out to the Community Board. And one of the main aims of the Trust is to keep the user fees at an affordable rate, allowing the park to be more accessible for our schools and groups. So that's pretty much me on behalf of the camp board and the Trust. Really appreciate the time you've given us today. Hope you all consider our funding application. Yeah, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Does anybody have any questions?
Thank you, Bridie. We've got a minute left. Thank you. That was a really great presentation and the time given. Thank you. We have got time for a couple of quick questions. Any questions for Bridie? No hands up there.
I don't have a question.
Manuela?
Okay, you go, Manuela. I'll go after you.
I haven't got a question. I just would like to have your energy. I love it. Thank you so much. It's awesome.
I love my job. It's very good.
I can tell. Awesome.
Yeah, that was good. Ngā mihi kia koe, Ihoa. Thank you for presenting today and representing. I just wanted to say I love Lonsdale Park. I went there as kōtiro and it was amazing. So our tamariki over the years have been in and out of there and have had many a wayward student on the blind orienteering. So kia ora.
Awesome. Good to hear. Thanks.
Thank you, and thank you for those comments from the two board members. With that, Bridie, we're going to move on. We have a lot of speakers today, so thank you very much, and we'll make our decision on your application a bit later in the meeting.
Thanks very much.
Enjoy your day. So next we have Kylie Penn from the Magic Playhouse. This is an additional funding request. You'll remember another enthusiastic presenter that we had last year in relation to the Morph Puppet Festival. This is on page 159 in your agenda, and the additional information is on page 169. Kylie, are you there?
Hi. Yeah, can you
Welcome
see?
back. The floor is yours for 5.
Oh, great, thank you. Yeah, I hope I wasn't too over enthusiastic last time round, but I do get pretty passionate about puppets. So last time I came and spoke to you, we were planning a great destination event for the middle of winter to try and liven up the middle of Kirikiri with the power of puppets, which is a wonderful opportunity to get involved in all levels of craft and art in any shape and form. So the wonderful thing about puppets is that it really encompasses music, dance, theatre, creating, art, you know, everything. We were going to apply, or we did apply to the Northland Inc. Event Fund last year, and we were commended on our application and told to resubmit it immediately this year, but they focused a little bit more on events that were about to fall over because of the current COVID situation. So they weren't, they basically decided that new events were not going to be funded in that particular round. So we made a decision as a group, there's more than just me there, to basically create a pilot event so that we could have proof of concept, so that we could show that we could actually create something quite special, because puppets are an unusual festival style, and go ahead with the event, but in a smaller sort of framework. So we're not pushing it out as a destination event this year, although we do have people from all over the country coming, but we're not going to spend thousands and thousands on marketing this year because we don't have those funds. So when we came to you last year, we asked for some funding towards the venue, which was the Turner Centre, which we've got an amazing deal with the Turner Centre where they're going to host us for 5 days. We're going to be filling every single space of the Turner Centre with puppet magic. And we have some other, basically there's a whole heap of events that make up this one 5-day festival instead of the 2-week festival that we were planning. From things that are happening in the middle of the town centre with a Shadow Worlds event, to children's plays that are happening on the stage at the Turner Centre and in the plaza, to workshops, to exhibitions, to creative social media places where people can share how much fun they're having, tours, and concerts. We're going to have a concert that's full of puppets as well, but performed by real awesome musicians. We sort of see this as an opportunity for our community to get together and shake off some of the after effects of COVID and the separation within our community. And thankfully we're in an orange setting, but we are ready to go to red at any time, and we have designed this event around a red setting if we need to. But with an orange setting, we have a little less reins on the project, so we can let people explore of their own free will. So yeah, so we've come back to you to ask if we may be able to get a little bit more assistance in helping some of those bigger acts. They have backline technical requirements and things like that, that we just basically the way the funding rounds have landed, we haven't been able to apply to other funds because they're landing on the other side of our event. So yeah, I'll leave it with you.
Thank you, Kylie, and just about spot on time. Thank you for your braveness in coming back to confront us. It's not an easy thing to do, to come back cap in hand and ask for more money, so I acknowledge that, and do hope that your event gets off the ground and provides something. It's a very difficult time, and there has been a lot of preferential treatment in relation to events that I'm aware of, and you know, the budgets are really pressing. Some have pushed out their timelines and altered dates and things in order to try and hold their events, and others have actually lost money because they've been in the throes of too far down the track organising and had to pull out. So I just want to acknowledge your perseverance and braveness in coming back to us. Any questions from board members for Kylie? No hands up there, Kylie. So you get off scot-free and you can go and enjoy the rest of your day.
Well,
and we'll make our decision later in the meeting.
Thanks very much, guys. I really appreciate the opportunity.
And good luck.
Thank you. See you.
Bye.
Goodbye. Sorry. Bye.
Someone's not muted there. Right, moving on. Katie Ray Cunningham from Massive Theatre Company for the Directors Lab. This is page 166 with additional information on page 195 of your agendas. Do we have Katie Ray there?
Kia ora.
Kia ora. Welcome. I can't see you, but you're there somewhere.
I'm here.
Are you able to put your camera on?
It is on. Yep. I'm there.
I can see you.
Apologies, I don't have you on my screen.
It's okay. Because I think I'm missing people as well. My screen doesn't fit everyone, so that's okay. I don't mind. But if you can hear me, that's all
I
good.
can hear you. Thank you.
Cool.
The floor
Kia
is all yours. Welcome.
Kia ora. Kia ora, Madam Chairman, and also kia ora to the members of the to the community board. Kia ora, ko Kerry Ray Cunningham toko ingoa, ko kai whakahaere mātua o Massive Theatre Company o Tamaki Makaurau. Tēnā koe. Thank you for having me on. I am representing Massive Theatre Company, which is based in Tamaki Makaurau in Auckland, but we do a range of activities all throughout the year, nationally and internationally. And this particular project that I'll be talking about will be based in Kerikeri at the Turner Center, and it will be involving local artists. So the Directors Lab is a program that Massive has been offering since 2017 to the far north and Northland areas. Massive has been operating since 1991, and we've been expanding our reach sort of around the country since then. And we really love coming up to Northland. We love coming to the far north. The communications that we have with the artist community up there, which is phenomenal, has always said that they're always eager to have more opportunities for professional development and for professional practice, because sometimes the opportunities in the areas are quite limited for various reasons. So we began to work in Northland and the far north with the Directors Lab as a professional development program for emerging artists and professional artists who wanted to upskill in the art of directing. So many of them are actors, many of them are arts practitioners or educators and have worked in the performing arts for a while, but they're just upskilling around their directing. The artists in 2022 are all based in Kerikeri or in the sort of surrounding areas, and that includes 2 emerging directors, and each emerging director has 2 actors that they work with. So the training that the directors are provided with is around professional development, and the actors that they get to work with over the week, they are paid, and they're paid a professional wage. We will be based at the Turner Center. We've been developing a relationship with the Turner Center and Jerry, who's just recently stepped into that role, and he's been very excited about us coming up to be able to bring these programs to the area, because we also offer, outside of the Directors Lab, we also offer free workshops, teachers workshops, and other arts development programs throughout the far north and the Northland district. Yeah, so we have an open policy around all the mahi that we do, so the public can come in and watch and observe at any time. And also, as part of this Directors Lab, it's a week-long program. It's an intensive, and on the Friday, we have a public showing that the public and friends and whānau can come to and watch what our directors and our actors have been working on. So it's not about creating a performance. It's a lab. So it's about experimenting, exploring, and seeing what's possible when you put a bunch of really eager and enthusiastic people together in a room. So we're really excited about being based in Kerikeri this year, and I think that we will, with the relationship with Turner Center, that we'll continue to run this program out of that venue alongside other activities that we have planned throughout the year. And can I just say that I think the phrase of the day for this community meeting has been, I get pretty passionate about puppets. Well, I get pretty passionate about bringing the arts to our communities outside of Auckland and being able to present what we have to offer to those emerging and those local artists. So kia ora, and thank you very much.
I don't see any hands up there. Thank you, Kitty Ray. Any questions around this application? We have a minute. No? Dave Hookway.
Kia ora, Dave.
Kia ora, Kerry. Sorry, I'm on poor broadband here, so I've been picture off. Thank you for your presentation and thank you for your enthusiasm. Just wondering, having identified the some of the recipients of this, have you identified how many are Māori at all?
Out of the 2 directors, one of them is tangata whenua, and I believe out of the 4 actors, which we are using, I believe 3 of them are tangata whenua.
Cool, thank you. I just the last thing is, did you consider any other venues apart from the Turner Centre thing? That seems to be almost half of the costs. You know, it's we often find ourselves having to refund groups to use our local facilities. So was there anywhere else that you thought that you might better hold that?
Well, when because we've held the Directors Lab previously in places like Whangaroa, and in what was the other place that we were at? Just outside of Whangaroa we held it at Kamo Boys High School one time because we had a connection with one of the teachers who let us use the space because it was during school holidays. The Directors Lab requires several separate spaces for our artists to work in. So we need sort of a main area as a group to be able to work in. So there would be 6 people. And then we also need breakout rooms for them to go to and work individually. And finding spaces that have these requirements sometimes can be quite challenging. But Jerry at the Turner Center, because we had met him at an industry event earlier in the year, and he was quite keen to start developing a partnership with us. So we had looked at using the venue for this program that we have in May, but we're also going to be back in August, and we had been in discussion around being able to negotiate some sponsorship through the Turner Center in order to get those costs down. But for this one in particular, I mean, because we've been to the center before and it's actually really beautiful and it's got all of the facilities that we need to run this program.
Thanks, Kerry Ray. I'll have to cut you off there. We are over time now. I don't see any more hands up, and we'll make our decision a bit later in the meeting. Thank you very much for coming and presenting.
Ngā mihi, thank you.
Right, we now have Shirley May has arrived. Thank you, Joshna, for back to the second speaker, the Bay of Islands Country Rock Music Festival on page 131.
Sorry, Belinda, she's not coming in today.
Oh, she's not?
No.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that. So we'll move on to Anika Dickey from our Kiri Kiri Community Charitable Trust is coming to present to us on the landscaping plan, page 173, with additional information in page 246 of your extra papers. Thank you. Anika, welcome.
Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Thank you for having me. I am Anika from our Kiri Kiri Community Charitable Trust. Just some quick background on the roundabout. We have been working in partnership with Ngāti Rihia for the entranceway. Ngāti Rihia for quite some time have had Te Ha sculpture on their radar as a project, and as our Kiri Kiri, one of our projects was to enhance the entranceway to get to Kiri Kiri. It's a very busy road. It has 110,000 visitors pre-COVID, obviously coming through the airport. And so it's a real strategic entranceway, we felt, and the community felt, for Kiri Kiri. So when we approached local hapu about the project, that's when they told us about their the designated corner that they were using for Te Ha. And so we worked together in collaboration for the whole entranceway. We went for PGF funding for the whole entranceway, but we were successful only for the sculpture in terms of the finances or the funding application. So we were successful for part of that application. And so we are working with Ngātere here, obviously, on the construction of the sculpture. That has got its challenges. You know, there's no denying that. The application was done pre all of the COVID cost increases. The funding hasn't changed, so we're working really hard, obviously, to create that sculpture within the funding that we received. And no doubt you're aware that it was vandalised a couple of weeks ago. 62 of the 120 cables are now unable to be used, and we need to purchase and go through the whole engineering on those. So it is really heartbreaking, particularly for Ngātere here. But, you know, onwards and upwards. So phase 2 of this project is the landscaping, which is what I or our Kirikiri are responsible for, and that's what we've come to you to help with the funding. I do believe it is part of the community board's goals to see that entranceway beautified, although I haven't read that. So I'm hoping that we can align.
I've just forwarded it to Malema to help you. She'll help.
Was that
Dolly.
for me? No.
Sorry, Joshna, you're not muted. And sorry, Joshna. It's all right, Anika. Sorry, it was just
apologies.
Okay, that's all right. So we've been working with Waka Kotahi, those funding, sorry, the quotes that you have within the applications we gave you were via Waka Kotahi. It is costly, as you can see from that. There is still more work to be done. But since putting that application in, we've been working with local businesses to try and get these costs down. The landscaper is working really hard for us as well, and has provided further quotes at wholesale price for the plant. So we're doing what we can to get those prices down, so that we can, make it affordable to do. And what else is there? We've put out the landscape plan to the community via our e-newsletter as well. But we're really proud of it. We think it's going to be a beautiful entranceway, albeit the issues we've had with the sculpture and the feedback, etc. But yeah, we're really hoping the community board can help us out as we continue to get the prices down. Obviously, being a state highway, there's traffic management. It is a big project that we are undertaking. So yeah, I'll stop there.
Thanks, Anika. And I think it's just fair to point out to you, if you haven't seen in the agenda on page 118, that the recommendation from staff at this point is to table your proposal for future consideration. I see it as itemised as an infrastructure item, but am also aware that the Town Beautification Fund, which is available to apply for, is not available for plantings, which is really unfortunate, even though it classifies as infrastructure. Evidently, it is not depreciable under council's terms. So just wanted to point that out to you. I've got a hand up here for a question from Dave Hawkway. Dave?
Morena, Nika. Thank you
Kia
for
ora.
coming along and presenting. Well, I don't want to talk about Taha. You know that I wasn't supportive about the sculpture itself, but I would focus on your application around the beautification. So good to see that Christine was involved with coming in and providing some quite nice plans here. For that, obviously there'll be a lot of commercial people who don't want to miss their signs on that rather hideous corner where it's it just looks like a business directory or whatever. So it'd be nice to see that gone. I just wanted to know, in terms of, you've provided pretty detailed pictures, what the ongoing cost will be for maintaining those, and who would be bearing the cost, given it's actually on Waka Kotahi's land or their responsibility areas. They can afford back to ratepayers to keep those, everything trimmed and what have you. Because you as well as I know that the current levels of service around town are pretty poor at maintaining a lot of the plantings and gardens and landscaping as it is. And that's certainly been a point that we've been pushing to try to improve those levels of service.
Yep. And I'd actually like to acknowledge that the levels of service within Kirikiri, I feel over the last year or two have definitely got better. I mean, there are times when you can see it needs doing, but I think I've mentioned it to a couple of councillors that I've noticed an improvement, and I think that's down to the community board. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. But yeah, absolutely, a state highway is usually maintained by Waka Kotahi, but it's an ongoing conversation that we need to have because it won't fall just on them. They've made that clear, that it will need to be a partnership or a compromise or a number of people or organisations contributing to it. So the corner with Taha, the council has agreed to maintain the landscaping there. Waka Kotahi will continue to keep the lawns mown, etc. So that corner with the sculpture has been sorted, but we still have to have conversations around the rest of it. So Christine's, one of the aims was it must be low, obviously landscape that doesn't require huge maintenance. So she's designed that obviously to take that into account, but it's still going to need to be maintained without a doubt, obviously. Within the funding or the quotes that we supplied, it included 3 years of maintenance within that quote price to get them established. If we're going to do it, we need to do it properly. We can't do it half-assed and have weeds coming through because we didn't do a proper job. So there's still ongoing conversations that have to be had around that. But unfortunately, because it's an existing roundabout, whereas the other, Kawakawa, Puketona and Waipapa are all new ones, there was funding for the landscaping of the new ones, but there is nothing in the budget for this one because it's existing.
Is that so finally, and I realise we're getting put time, but I want to come back to my original concern around the fact that if you're going to beautify it, it really requires perhaps council to or Waka Kotahi to be able to prohibit other signage there, which would detract from the beautification. Is that something that you'd be seeking council to support?
Yes, absolutely. That's why we've landscaped that corner. Those signs, those hoarding signs, we don't believe should be there at our entranceway. So it's a strategic positional corner that we've done that on for that reason.
Cool. Got it. Thank you.
No problem.
Thanks, Anika. We actually do have 2 more quick questions. David Clendon, you've had your hand up for some time. You have a question?
Yeah, thank you, Belinda, and thank you, Anika. And can I just say that I sort of congratulate you and Ngā Te Rehi are persevering with Taha despite the moronic attack on it. You wonder what's in people's minds when they do things like that. But anyway, the point's made that you don't apparently have documentation indicating permission to progress with the project, but one assumes you have a fairly high level of confidence that that will be forthcoming once the funding and other issues are settled, that you're not doing this on a wing and a prayer, I imagine.
We received a letter this week to accompany the application, which I forwarded to Catherine this week. In principle, it's all agreed. I mean, Waka Kotahi organised the quotes for the landscaping. So, it's clear that they're heavily involved in this. So, yeah, I've got no issues with that, no.
That's simply a technical matter of timing, and there's no... Thank you, Anika. Well done.
No problems.
Thanks, Anika. Lane or Bruce, one of you has had your hand up for a while.
Yes, Madam Chairman, Lane. Anika, thank you for coming. Good morning. Forgive me, I did not have enough time to go through in detail the proposal, but it occurs to me that there's sort of 3 areas here. There's the far side of the highway, there's the roundabout, and then there's the area where the sculpture is. In the detail, would I be able to identify the costs with each of those areas?
No. We could possibly get a breakdown of each corner or each segment if needed. We've got the quantity of plants, etc. We just have to break them down into the 3 areas. So it probably is a little bit of work, but if you need it, then we can certainly organise that.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thanks, Anika. And Manawai, quick question.
Yes, kia ora. Thank you. Thank you for sending all of that information through. It's exciting, and I don't mean to discourage you. I just mean to say that it's a lot of money. It's a lot of money, and there is a sense in our communities that our ratepayers are paying
Yes.
contributing several times to this area. So I just wanted to say for all of our Moerewa Kawakawa subdivision whānau out there that I am acknowledging this is a significant amount of money that's being asked for. But I also do think it's an inspiring kaupapa as well. So kia ora.
Thanks for those comments, Manawai. Lane or Bruce, your hand is up. Is that still up, or because we are out of time? Any further questions? I've got two hands up there. One's Lane's. Manawai, we know. Nope, down. Thank you. Thanks very much, Anika.
Ngā mihi.
On that note, we'll let you get on with your day and we will have a bit of a discussion around this, I'm sure, when we come to it in our agenda later in the day. Thanks for all the good work you do in the community and for this pretty exciting proposal.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Ka kite.
Ka kite.
Okay, so next we have, we did have Alicia Lane. We now have Brenda Freer from the Totara North Residents and Ratepayers Association here to discuss the playground project, which is the relocation of the playground to Totara North. Page 180, your application with additional information on page 289. Welcome, Brenda. The floor is yours for
Morena
5 minutes.
Morena. Ko Brenda Freer, Taku Ingoa. I'm chairperson for the Totara North Residents and Ratepayers Association. Thank you for taking your time to review our application to relocate the playground from Kerikeri to Totara North. Unfortunately, Alicia couldn't make it today, and she was an integral part of the application, so I'm here to answer your questions as best I can. So I guess if you've read it, just please fire ahead.
Thanks, Brenda, and good use of time there. Thank you. Susie, do we have Susie? Susie, we're presenting with you.
No, I'm just, sorry, I'll just quickly introduce myself, Susie McCall from Far North District Council, and I'm the Principal Advisor for Sustainable Procurement, and I just wanted to give Brenda a friendly face because I've been helping the community with that application.
And apologies, we have not met. Thank you. Right, questions on this?
Great.
No questions.
Brenda, would you like me to say anything?
I would, Susie. I'm glad to see you here. I didn't expect you actually, so I thought I was just thrown in the deep end. Dave's got a question, so maybe we could both answer. That would be great.
Fine, Brenda. Thank you, Susie, for offering to fill in. Dave.
Kia ora, Brenda. We were quite keen to see the playground relocated, and Totara North was top of the list that we nominated as part of the domain working group. When we had the discussion, we were hoping that maybe Totara North might approach some local businesses as they have done in Moerewa over the skateboard park that we relocated there, where AFCO'd come to the party, and we did sort of look at some local businesses like Moana Fisheries to see whether they might like to contribute to their local communities. I just wondered whether the community actually gone to any local businesses to support part of this moving forward.
Yeah, because of the timeline, it was quite constrained because trying to get into this council meeting. We quickly applied to Cowleys to supply the perimeter fencing, which was quite substantial. But yeah, Alicia, like I said, the time restraints, we didn't have much time.
Yeah, that's cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brenda, I thought I did read something actually in the additional information about Foursquare up north, and there was, I have such a thick agenda here, but I do recall reading some information, whether it related to your application or not, I'm not sure, but I thought it was that area north of there.
We did apply for some help for our drop-in day. On the 20th of March, we had a drop-in day for the community to come in and give us feedback, and
that's what I read.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. So going forward, when further developments on the domain, I'm sure that we'll be approaching businesses, but sorry, Susie.
Oh, you go ahead. Go ahead.
So yeah, we will be approaching businesses to further develop the domain, but at this stage, we just want that playground there to get something in there, to get something focused.
Sure,
And
thanks, Brenda.
I just wanted to say also, so just to inform and update the community board that there have been two changes. So one is the date that we will have access to the playground, and that impacts the funding application because it may need to roll into the next financial year. The upside of that, I think, for the community is that they will have more time to work with local businesses and look at other ways of finding additional funding for things like picnic tables and barbecues, that sort of thing. So there's that. And the second potential change is that although the community board we thought through the council, we thought we'd secured funding for the removal and the transportation of the playground from Totara North, that funding from the PGF project from Kerikeri Domain is no longer available for this financial year. It may be available next financial year, but that funding is around just over $10,000. And if I could, and if I could just finally say,
my apologies.
Yeah, if I could just finally say that I'm passionate about sustainability. And the Totara North Playground is just, a great opportunity for the reuse of materials. The Totara North community has really grabbed this opportunity, and that's wonderful. We've looked at, in terms of sustainable outcomes, which the council's really committed to. We've got community engagement, we've got community wellbeing, we've got the potential to engage with a small Maori-owned construction company to do the installation. And we've got ethical reuse of material and no dumping to landfill. So that's a really great outcome.
Thank you, Susie. And just bear in mind this time is for Brenda to present and for my members to ask questions. Manawai. Is that your hand I see up?
I didn't know if I was going to be jumping in ahead of David. David, did you want to say something for me?
If I could just please clarify something. Susie made mention to funding from the PGF project. There was never funding available from the PGF project. That the PGF $3 million that we received from Shane Johns is to be spent at the domain. Every month I have to account to MB for that money, and what I can't do is account for a $30,000 or a $20,000 sum for the removal of the playground and the reinstallation at Totara North. So whilst the domain project supports it, and we are happy, and I am happy to go elsewhere and look at other budgets next year to see if we can help with this money. Just to clarify, there was never ever a budget within the domain project for the removal and for the reinstallation at Totara North of the playground.
Thank you for that, David. Manawai.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's something for us to pack into the budgets next time, I think, Whānau, so that we can get into this practice of repurposing if we were doing this. I just wanted to say that, like our community, Moerewa, was to receive the old skate ramps, and this issue came up with us. And wouldn't it be lovely if our council could come in and take care of that cost of transportation instead of our community board, or at least a dollar for dollar contribution on that travel and transportation? I'm just throwing that out there. Also, I just wanted to remind everyone, it's got such a beautiful name, and I know we're all really heading into this new Māori New Year of Matariki with a renewed inspiration around Te Reo Māori. So if we could say Tōtara North, I would just love you all day, everybody. Kia ora.
Kia ora.
No more hands up? I'm after questions. No, it appears there are no more questions for you, Brenda. And thank you for sitting on the hot seat today. And,
Thank you, Susie, for coming in, because yes, I was thrown in the deep end, but
always nice to have support.
Yes, that was a bit of a shock about the funding for relocation. Well, actually, what would they be doing? Demolishing the playground, or this is the question?
Yes, yeah.
Kia ora.
Thank you.
I could answer that if you wished, if we have time. Or
no, I think this is a session for we have other speakers waiting. Thank you, David. You can hang about and address us at the time when we discuss the application if you choose. Thanks for that offer.
Chair.
Thank you, Brenda, for coming along, and we'll make our decision a bit later in the meeting, and I'm sure you'll be notified in due course.
Kia ora.
Enjoy your
Kia
day.
pai tōra.
Thank you.
Kia pai tōra.
And thank you, Susie. Right, next we have Anne Corbett from Friends of the Williams House for a permanent exhibition. This is on page 187, and you've got additional information on page 316.
Marina, Belinda, can you hear us?
Oh, Marina, and yes, I can, and I can see you and
Chris,
Chris as well joining you. Chris Williams, thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, thank you.
You might want to move a little bit to your left, and you're just half in my picture. I'm not sure what everyone else is seeing. Perfect, thank you.
We're in a tiny room here.
You've got 5 minutes. You may wish to leave some time for questions in that period. Thank you.
My name's Anne Corbett, and I'm the Secretary of the Friends of Williams House, Paihia Library Incorporated. And this morning I've got Chris Williams here, who is a committee member, and he's a direct descendant of the Williams family who occupied the historic Williams House in Paihia. I just thought I'd give you a brief outline about the Friends. We are an incorporated society, and since 2007 have had a charter with the Far North District Council to care, maintain and manage the historic Williams estate situated in central Paihia. The Friends volunteers and committee maintain the gardens, all of the outbuildings within the gardens, the upstairs gallery within the house, and support the Paihia Library, who occupy the downstairs area of the house. Over the years, we have completed many projects. The most notable is the restoration of the oldest standing building in Paihia, known as the Stone Shed. This houses a museum open daily by the library staff. Library staff also open the restored pump shed, which houses the working deep well pump for the visitors' view. And these are projects that the Friends have done. Our project now is to create a further display in the upstairs area of the historic Williams House, telling stories and presenting memorabilia concerning the house, the personalities and the families associated with the estate since the 1800s. This will become an added attraction to the historic area of central Paihia, allowing the locals and visitors to learn about our history. As with the Stone Shed, the historic garden trail and the pump shed, entry fee will be free. Visitors are welcome to walk through the gardens, picnic on the seats provided by the Friends, and learn about the early history of our town. I understand that you will have all read our application. There's a lot of information there with supporting letters, quotes and plans. Until now, we have self-funded most of our projects, and this is the first time we have approached the Community Board for funding. We really hope that you'll look at our application favourably. This project will be forever. It will be in the house for as long as the house is there. So if any of you have got questions, Chris and I would be happy to answer.
Thank you, Anne, and thanks for that presentation. And I just want to acknowledge all the work you do leading the Friends of the Williams House and Garden, which also incorporates our Council Historic Reserve and the house, and of course Council's library and associated facilities. Thank you for all the mahi you do there. Right, questions for Anne and Chris in relation to the museum? No? No hands up that I can see. Please call out if I can't see your hand. I'm limited obviously today with the number of people online as to why I can't see hands up, and it doesn't appear there are any questions for you. So you can get on with your day and we'll have a discussion around it later on in our meeting.
Okay, thank you. I assume there are no questions because we put everything in the application.
Kia ora.
We should never assume, Anne, but yes, I would. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Enjoy your
Thank
day.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Right, thank you. That brings us to the end of our public speaking forum. So I'd like to move on to item 6.1, confirmation of the previous minutes. I so move that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board confirm the minutes of the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board meeting held 31st of March 2022 are a true and correct record. Do I have a seconder?
Frank.
Thank you, Frank. Any alterations or amendments to those? I'll put it to the vote. I'm a yes.
Yes.
Yes, Manuela.
Yes, Bruce. Sorry, Frank, yes.
Frank.
Ai tautoko.
Yes.
And Councillor Smith will be abstaining from voting throughout the meeting. Thank you. So that's carried. Right, we shall move on to the chairperson's report before we have a comfort break. That the Bay of Islands, item 7.1, that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board note the reports from Chairperson Belinda Ward, members Lane Eyre and Manuela Gmer-Hornell. Do I have a mover?
Yes, Manuela.
Thank you, Manuela. Seconder?
Aye.
Who is that?
Lane? Oh, sorry,
Sorry.
Manawai.
Is it
Manawai?
Manawai? Okay.
Quicker. Manawai was quicker. Thank you. I'll move to my report. I'll take it as read. I'm not sure what happened with the typo there, Joshna. It seemed to jump around a bit.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you to those members who responded in relation to the resource consent application that I put a query out to for the Kitty Kitty Gymnastics Club dispensation. I did lodge that those comments to the planner on behalf of the board. Thank you. Nothing else. I'll move on to Lane.
Any questions?
Bruce is finding that comical. Is there any questions for Lane?
No, but I'd just like to thank Lane for continuing to give an update on behalf of our domain working group. So thank you. Otherwise, our outputs will be just duplicating it.
Thank you.
Thank you. No further questions. I can't see any hands up there, so I'll move on to Manuela. Page 27. Any questions on Manuela's report or queries?
We must have a look because Dave Clamp just sent me that.
You're not muted, Lane. Thank you.
Right,
Thank you for that. Thank you for those two members who submitted reports. Very interesting reading, and also it does assist staff in following up on our outstanding RFSs, which Melissa is doing a fabulous job on. And I'm sure Manuela would probably agree, we are starting to sort of make some traction there. Right, no more discussion around those members' reports, so I'll put that to the vote. I'm for.
Lane for.
Manuela, yes.
Bruce, yes. Frank, yes.
Ai tautoko.
Dave, have you still got connectivity? Seeing a thumbs up. Thank you. And Councillor Smith abstaining. So that's carried. Thank you. I think we should now have a bit of a break. We'll come back. We've been sitting for a while. We'll come back at 11:40. Is that all right with everybody?
Yep, thank you.
Okay, thank you. See you soon. Thank you and welcome back. We are on to item 7.2, which is the road naming issues. I will put the recommendation that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board, pursuant to Council's road naming and property addressing policy number 2125, name a private right-of-way industrial way that is currently addressed at 1913 State Highway 10 Waipapa as per map A3667618. Do I have a seconder?
Manuela, yes, thank you.
Thank you, Manuela. Questions, discussions around this? No? Then I'll put it to the vote.
Let's get on with it.
I did note that there was no copy of request for input from local hapu or iwi. However, I am voting in support. I'm for, thank you.
Lane, yes.
Manuela, yes.
Bruce, yes.
Frank, yes.
I also did note the same thing, Belinda, and I'm abstaining.
Thank you. Manawai is abstaining.
Yeah, I'm abstaining too, same reasons as Manawai.
Thank you, and that's Dave Pukwaikupa abstaining as well. So that's carried.
Yeah.
Right.
So we'll move to item 7.3, another road naming on page 43.
Oh, I have a problem with this one.
That the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board, pursuant to Council's road naming and property addressing policy number 2125, name a private road Squeak Lane that is currently addressed at 307, I had to laugh, sorry, 307, still laughing, Kirikiri Road, Kirikiri as per map A3627345. Do I have a mover or a squeaker?
Yes. Bruce.
Bruce, thank you. Seconder?
Manuela.
Manuela, thank you. Manawai, your hand is up.
Yes, I just had a quick question around the, is it page 44, where we've got our grid.
Yes.
Hapu representatives of Ngāti Reo here were consulted and were asked to provide their input. What does that mean? Do we have the person who wrote this? What does that mean, consulted? Yes, good on you for putting that mute button on, Ehua.
Who's muted?
Lane. Yeah, what does that because consulted means so many different things to our community out there who might be reading it. What does that mean here? Do we know? Does it simply mean an email was sent? And if it does, can we just write on that box, an email was sent and no reply? Because consulted, the word consulted implies a process that's beyond an email.
Yes, and I hear you, Manawai, and I share your sentiments in the sense that as far as I understand the process as it sits at present, we engage with local hapu or iwi and ask for comment, which is quite different to consulting. I stand to be corrected by staff if the interpretation is different, but until such time as we readdress our road naming policy, we are stuck with this format.
Yeah.
Hopefully that's gone some way to answering your query, but that's my interpretation.
Yeah, and there's a couple of words here and there that just bother me sometimes. So if we can sort out that, engage would be a better word than consult. But if simply we've sent an email out, we all know how problematic emails can be.
Yes.
Sometimes they end up in the junk mail filter. So kia ora.
And you'll see the same vein in the next application, I think, as well. Malema.
We do have Selena Topia writer for this report online. She's available to speak to it.
Thanks, Selena.
Kia ora.
Can't see you, but kia ora, we're here.
Can you hear me?
Ah, I can see you now. Yes. Yes, I can hear you, Selena. welcome.
Good morning. Good afternoon. Oh, no, not quite. Good morning.
Ellie.
Selena, the question asked by member Wells was that what does consultation mean? And we are looking at road naming report item 7.2 of the agenda.
Just to assist Selena, it's actually in the staff assessment where we have a regular template
Page
where you
44.
state the possible implications for Māori and how Māori have been provided with the opportunity to contribute. Manawai's question is just around the staff comment in the adjacent box.
Around Hapu representatives of Ngāti Rehia were consulted. What does that mean?
Well, what we've been asked to do for these road naming reports is that we have to send a email through to the Ngāti Rehia, if it is in the Ngāti Rehia ward, to ask for their feedback. And that was done by actually emailing the Ngāti Rehia representative, who Ted Wehongi has given me is Nora. But we haven't actually been getting replies from any of the Māori representatives in regards to our road naming reports. Apparently, they have come back to the Te Hono group, which Ted Wehongi is involved with, because apparently when we started writing the reports and the community boards actually requested that we get feedback from them, they weren't very happy that they weren't consulted. Like, they weren't consulted in regards to us now asking them for their feedback in regards to the reports. So it hasn't gone down too well that's what I understand. So I used to get replies from Ngāti Rehia in regards to our road naming, but I don't anymore. And yeah, so that's a discussion that I've said to Ted that their group will need to have with the Māori representatives in regards. I can only request that they give us feedback because I'm the report writer, but yeah, it's our Te Hono group, unfortunately, in the Whangaroa District Council that needs to lead that way in regards to a workshop because of the request of the Bay of Islands Community Board. And yeah, I'm not sure if that's happened yet.
Thanks, Selena. Thank you for joining us. Manawai, you may wish to put a RFS into Patrick Smith, head of that Te Hono team, to get a little further clarification around why suddenly we have stopped what's happened or what is being done differently with the new team. It indicates something has happened because they have been regular contributors to our report writing and commenting on names. So it does beg the question whether something's changed in that process.
Yes, it does sound like it's a whanaungatanga issue and that they would like probably to build better relationships where these matters are concerned. So then I would say, based on what you said, thank you, Selena, and it's lovely to meet you, finally. I would say that there is no consultation going on right now, and it is the wording probably needs to change in these grid boxes to an email was sent and there was no reply. So basically something similar to what you've said to us, because it is an email and they're not replying, but it's not, I think they're saying this isn't consultation. And now I'm saying as a representative, I don't believe that's consultation either. And we need to I'll need to RFS that up to our team, our other teams, because I understand that you're the author of the report and probably not the person who will be seeking the building of whanaungatanga with the Edropu.
Yeah, yeah, it's all learning for me as well in regards to that. So yeah, I thank you for that, because yes, you are correct. The word consultation is incorrect there. So I should have actually put, that I had sent an email through so you guys, would know that this is what's happened.
Thanks,
So-
Selena. And I think you did put it nicely when you said you sent an email requesting feedback. That probably sums up what Manawa and I are thinking around it. I can see a couple of hands up. Councillor Smith? You had finished, Manawa? Sorry. Had you finished, Manawa?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to offer my assistance to Manawai if she wanted to progress that through the Strategy and Policy Committee under the policy as it stands that offers there, if I can help.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. And Joshna, can we note that, please, for our action sheet, perhaps at the end of the meeting?
Yes, action sheet would be good, and I'll just keep that language real simple, whānau. Kia ora.
Noted. Thank you. There's another hand up. I cannot see who it is. Sorry.
Linda, Dave here.
David, Councillor Clendon.
Yes. Yeah, I think it's well noted, the word consult does have a meaning, expectation of some depth, but just to cut to the chase a bit, I wonder, we have a pretty robust relationship with Ngātere here through Kippa and Nora particularly. I wonder just to progress the matter, if some member of the board might just quietly have a word with them and say, hey, is there a problem here and can we resolve it quickly and easily to everybody's satisfaction? I mean, I just sometimes think we go through these long-winded formal processes where a quick word with people who I think we can reasonably consider to have a good, friendly relationship with the board, we might just cut to the chase much more quickly that way. Not to say we ought not to do the formal thing to change the format in the words, but just let's have a chat, and maybe get to the bottom of it. If they're annoyed about something, let's find out. And if it's simply that they're not bothered, they're simply not interested in these relatively low-level namings of new streets, then maybe that's okay too. But that would be my thought anyway, just for your consideration.
I think a good point too with the 89 policies and the current reviews of bylaws that are taking place. Would anybody on the board like to put their hand up to have a discussion with Nora or Kippa? And we can still follow through with Manawai's request as well.
To be the chair, I believe it should be one of our kiri whānau, but I would say that they've already stated, it sounds like they've already stated they're unhappy and there's already a process that's being engaged with around that unhappiness potentially. So I wonder if it's about bringing all of those groups together because somebody already knows what's going on and hasn't communicated it to our board.
Thank you. I'm not aware of what is going on actually behind the scenes myself. I've got Dave Hukwe-Cooper and then Frank Owen.
Thank you. I'm happy to talk to Kippa about it, but I would point out that Ngāti Reihi has been very busy. They're not a large organisation. They've been very busy providing manaaki support for people who have been stricken down with COVID and that. So yeah, I guess at that time there may be other issues as well, and certainly we'd like to be able to facilitate such consultation in a more rigorous way. But that's not just under sort of for this iwi hapu area, it's also around other ones as well across the district. So, again, that moves up the chain. But in this instance, I'm happy to give Kippa a call and have a chat if nobody else wants to do that.
Kia ora, if you need any awhi, I'm happy to come across as well.
Thanks, Dave, and thanks, Manawai. Frank?
I was, Madam Chair, just going to make the offer to do that if no one else wanted to do it, but Dave's happy to do it and I'm very happy with that. Thank you.
Okay. Any more questions or discussion around that? If not, I'm moving on to the voting. Thank you, Joshna. I'm for. Lane? Thumbs up will do, you're muted.
I'm going to abstain, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Abstain? Thank you.
Yes.
Manuela, yes.
Yes, Bruce.
Frank, yes.
I'll abstain. Kia ora.
And I'm abstaining as well.
Thank you. And Councillor Smith abstained. Thank you. Right, we'll move on to the third road naming item, which is item 7.4, that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board, pursuant to Council's road naming and property addressing policy number 2125, name a private right-of-way, Morecambe Lane, that is currently addressed at 20A Arenga Road, Kirikiri, as per map A3670973. Do I have a mover?
I'll move, Madam Chairman.
Lane, thank you. Seconder?
Manuela.
Thank you, Manuela. We note the same no reply received from Hapu. And any discussion around this one, or have we aired it in the last item? No, I'll put that to the vote then. Thank you. Thanks, Joshna. I'm for.
I'm for.
Yes, Manuela.
Yes, Bruce.
Yes, Frank.
Abstain.
Abstain.
Thank you. We'll move on to item 7.5, and I'd just like to thank Selena for joining us to discuss that item. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Excuse me, Madam Chair.
Yes.
I don't know if everyone's on mute, but I can sometimes hear a phone conversation going on.
Yes.
Big Brother is watching, Whānau. Just if you haven't muted, mute your phone conversation. Kia ora.
I don't see a mute symbol on Frank or Lane, and that's all I can.
I'm not on the phone, and I'm
that's all I can see. If any of you can,
I'm not on the phone either.
if any of you can see anyone else's faces, you'll know whether they're muted or not. I for some reason I'm not getting many people today, but that's fine. Right, moving on to 7.5, Statement of Community Board Fund Account as at 31st of March. So that the recommendation is the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board receives a report entitled Statement of the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board Community Fund Account as at 31st of March 2022. Do I have a mover?
I'll move.
Yes, Manuela.
Thank you, Manawai. Manuela, second.
Yeah, thank you.
Catherine was going to be on standby, Joshna, to answer anything perhaps later. Are there any questions? Any discussions? Then we will put this to the vote. You'll find the current up-to-date balances are on page 113 when we get to that item for the funding applications. Manawai.
It's kia ora. I just am reviewing our last year of granted funding applications, and I have asked for a breakdown of granted funding applications by subdivision origin. And one of the reasons I asked that is so that we start observing some of the potential impacts of COVID-19. You know, we're in communities that have low immunity, widespread low immunity, and many of those low immunity people are some of our community stalwarts who are on these committees that drive things. And so they're not often able to go out and hold the meetings that they used to do and go and gather and things. So when I asked for that subdivision breakdown of granted funding applications, is to inform us so that we can continue to observe some of the impacts of COVID-19. They're not likely to be in a position to be able to put in funding applications like they might have previously. So we're seeing a reduction, I think, across the board, we know, of applications coming in, but we're seeing also some clear areas where we're not getting applications from as frequently either. So it's something for us to consider and how we might need to make our processes, our application process, our granting processes, our consideration a little bit more accessible to those other communities that might be suffering or dealing with surviving in this COVID reality at the moment and not able to do and enjoy and organise the community events and projects that they might have previously. So that's why I've asked for that by email earlier.
Thanks, Manawai. And I did see your email. I wasn't sure what date range you were after, but I'm sure Catherine will supply us with something. Just we
Thank you.
have noticed that in all our communities, and I think today was quite exciting to see some enthusiasm and some collaboration within our communities and some funding applications coming back to the table. Catherine, because you're here, would you like to make a quick comment on this?
I only caught the tail end of what Manawa was saying, but I did get an email yesterday about this, and my plan is to have you have a report for you at the next community board meeting, so you can see exactly what's coming in, what's been granted, all of that sort of thing.
Excellent, thank you. Manuela?
Yes, Manawa, I saw your email coming through too, and I wasn't quite sure what your logic was, what you wanted to achieve with this. Now you explained it. Thank you very much. Do you think we should go and actively chase funding? Is that what you're trying to achieve, or is it?
I think there are a number of organisations that are starting to modify their processes. Sport Northland is one of those groups that are starting to modify their process to make it a little bit more accessible. And I don't know if that's just something that's come out of COVID or something they were planning all along. But referring back to Dave's comment in the road naming kaupapa around Ngāti Rehia may be tied up with providing awhi and support to whānau. At the moment, they may not be able to reply to road naming emails or communications. The same thing applies in the funding space for groups that might have previously put something in but aren't able to now because they're too busy supporting whānau in our community through this tough time. So it might be something around looking at how do we make, right now our application process is this, but that might not be working for our communities right now or in the future. Are we looking at modifying that process to make it a little bit more accessible? Because those forms are really, I think, designed to attract a certain kind of person, a person who's already engaged in local government activity, is what I would say. The 50% who votes, I would even comment further on that. But that other 50% who is a very active part of our community, is there something we can do to modify our process to encourage them to come and make it a little bit easier for them to come in and engage with us? There's a lot of opportunity here.
Yeah. I agree with you, and it is really hard and intimidating to apply for any grants anywhere, not just council grants or community board grants, and there needs to be a better solution. I think the best one we could have right now is that you actually get like the local boards in Auckland, that they actually have a person assigned to our board that will help with these things. I think that's something we really should push and receive to support our communities with everything, not just grant applications. So yeah, that's just my 2 cents worth. Thanks.
Yeah. Well, Sport Northland has a good kaupapa as well, so they've really reduced that technical aspect around the stuff we traditionally see as form filling out and having people coming in. So it might be good to have them come and do a workshop with us or something like that to share that with us, because they've already developed it. We shouldn't reinvent the wheel. If they've already got something that's working and connecting with community groups, we could also benefit from the feedback they've gotten in any review process they might have gone through.
That's what I mean. It's like the Auckland local boards have
a
system already, so we don't need to reinvent.
No.
We just come up with the times. We need to be real.
Yeah, kia ora.
Madam Chair, you are muted, and Dave Hookray has his hand up.
Thank you.
Dave.
Yeah, thank you for the conversation, Manuela and Manawa, for pointing out really what is a core issue for us is around equity and factors which enable or hinder that. So, I mean, I have, gone into your ward or your subdivision to encourage some marae to be applying and looking for relevant things. But again, it's a Pākehā process, to be honest. I mean, I look at the funding application, and I've done these sort of things many times over the last 20, 30 years. And it's a lot of hoops to jump through. It doesn't suit everybody. Financial accounts and things. I mean, I understand that we have an accountability to our ratepayers, and for our money and what have you. But I would have to observe in my time on the community board that we can't always guarantee that money has been spent and accounted for in the right way without going and looking at something and or having attended an event or something. So I'm picking up on what you're saying, that our community needs have changed, and the whole, well, let's just get back together and have a big event or something necessarily doesn't actually provide all of the well-beings for our communities. We still have issues around drinking water and things like that that I think do need to be addressed, and that's not at the huge infrastructure level, that's at the local delivery level. So I would have think perhaps as we finish this financial year, if there's an analysis done of where the sorts of areas that our money has gone to, so we can actually see for ourselves, has a lot of it just gone into supporting ongoing events? Has it just gone into supporting placemaking? Which areas have received that? And where perhaps we need to be able to apply that equity tool and what might be needed. So we need to go to those communities and engage. You need to engage with your community, find out, well, how would that be better approached as well for those. So just tautoko your comments. Thank you.
Yeah, our experience of joy has shifted in COVID and all of those things that we hold dear. So how are we shifting in the equity space? Kia ora, I really appreciate that.
Thanks, Catherine. And you'll see in the chat there that Catherine's going to provide a report giving all the breakdown of that for the June meeting, Manawai. So that's great. Thank you, Catherine. Right, any more discussion around this? Or I'm going to put it to the vote. I'm for. Thank you.
Yes, Madam Chairman.
Manuela, yes.
Yes, Bruce.
Frank, yes.
I tautoko.
Yes.
Thank you, that's carried. Now we'll move to item 7.6. I will move the recommendation that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board allocates rural travel grant funding in accordance with the recommendations received from Sports Northland as follows. A, Bay of Islands Amateur Swimming Club Incorporated, $1,000. B, Bay of Islands College, $3,000. C, Kitty Kitty High School, $1,000. D, Muriwa Rugby Club, $1,500. E, Muriwa Tigers Rugby League Club, $1,500. F, Payhe Football Club, I have to get my line right there, 15, need a ruler. I think it's 1,500, is it? No, yes, 1,500. And G, Russell Sports Club, 1,600. H, Whakaroa College, 2,000. And I, Mid-North United Sports Club, $2,000, which is a total of $15,100. J, agree that the Bay of Islands Amateur Swimming Club Incorporated is allocated $336.50 as their rural travel summer application was not included for consideration. I will move. Do I have a seconder?
Yep.
Who said
yep?
Dave.
Dave, thank you. And I see we have Kim Hammond. Kim. Hello, Kim, online there. Oh, and Cheryl, famous face from TVNZ. I saw you on television.
Ngā mihi kia kaurua.
Spoke really well. All that good work you do. Would you like to speak to this, Kim or Cheryl?
Through the chair, no, we don't have any further comments to make in regards to the report, but we are happy to answer any questions that you
Excellent. Any questions for these two lovely ladies? It's like double trouble to me. No, I had just had one query. Oh, you go, Manawai.
I just wanted to say that it's helped having those previous conversations with you, Cheryl, the way you explained it before. It was much easier for me to go through. It was really quick. So I just wanted to appreciate the previous time you've spent with our board going through that information. It was really good. Kia ora.
Yes, I have to say, you take all the hard work out of this for us, which is much appreciated. I remember full day workshops back in the old days, and Kim, you would remember that we used to sit for hours debating over $500, who was going to get it and who wasn't. So I so appreciate all the hard work that goes into this. The only question I had, which I was not sure about, is, and I was just looking on page 108, where we pay, they claim 60 cents per kilometre for the travel, and with rising costs of fuel, I just wondered, has this been revised, and just how adequate and affordable it is for clubs?
So through the chair, different clubs claim at different rates as well. So some claim at 60 cents, some claim at 80 cents. So there isn't a standard except on the AA website of, a mileage. And then it depends on the car. We don't know what cars they're driving. So we kind of do leave it up to the club to decide how much they allocate per kilometre.
Yes, thanks, Kim. That I guess if the college is taking a van or it's diesel compared to petrol, yes, it's quite a technical. Okay, good job, well done. I do see a hand up, Manuela.
Yes, hello. Thank you for this report, and I wanted to say thank you too for sending out a reminder to me. I don't know who else to remind our communities that these that they need to get in and ask for some grants. That worked really well. Thank you. So we didn't sit in the dark. It worked. Yes.
It did. Yes. Please sing out if your hand's up and I can't see it. I don't see any more hands up. No? Job done, girls. Thank you. And thanks thanks for fronting up with that report. Wonderful work.
We need to vote.
You can go and get on with your day. Thank you. We'll move this. I'm in support.
Yes, from Lane.
Yes, from Manuela.
Bruce, yes.
Frank, yes.
Aye, total court.
Dave, can we have indication if you're there,
Yeah.
or thumbs up?
Yeah, I did say yes.
Oh, sorry, you must have dropped out. Sorry, that's a yes, Joshna. Thank you. So that's carried. Right, moving on to item point 7, our fun one, which is the funding applications. I think because we have so many, and there's some pretty beefy ones in there, that we might take these individually. So I'm going to move the first recommendation that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board rescinds their grant of $5,000 plus GST if applicable, which was to be paid from the board's community fund account to the Kitty Kitty Scout Group for costs towards the 2022 Kitty Kitty Anzac service to meet with the following community outcomes. Communities that are healthy, safe, connected and sustainable, proud, vibrant communities. Do I have a seconder?
I'll second, Frank.
Frank, thank you. Any discussion around that? No? Okay. So we'll vote on these individually. Thanks. Lane, you're not muted.
I know.
Thank you,
I'm waiting to vote.
Yes.
Yes, from Lane.
Yes, from Manuela.
Bruce, yes.
Frank, yes.
Aye, total court.
Dave, yes.
Thank you. That's carried. So we'll move on to the second recommendation, that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board approves a sum of $10,000 plus GST if applicable be paid from the board's community fund account to Bald Angels Charitable Trust for costs towards establishing a drop-in centre and promoting rainbow rangatahi services to meet the following outcomes, which are standard as per the previous application, previous recommendation. Do I have a mover?
Yes.
Was Dave. Thank you. Seconder?
I'll second.
Lane?
That was Lane.
Yes, Lane. Dave and Lane. Excuse me. Discussion around this? As the mover, Dave, I'll invite you to make comments first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just sort of point out that I had been involved with some earlier meetings, but I haven't for some time. But I support the kaupapa and feel that it's a good opportunity to be able to do some early community development in this with our rainbow rangatahi. And I note that the chairs went down very well. So I'm in support of this. Thank you.
Sorry, Lane as seconder, would you like to comment?
Certainly, Madam Chairman. It's probably not a topic I'm totally familiar with, but I know the organisation and I know the people involved, and I am moved by their indication that this is something that needs to be addressed. So that's why I'm in support.
Thank you. Any other comments before I put this to the vote?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have
Frank?
previously resolved that we had previously resolved that we would offer support to this kaupapa. So I'm in support of the energy that they bring and the good work that they're already doing and intend to do. Kia ora.
Madam Chair, I just merely wanted to acknowledge the work the group does. I think it's hugely important in our community, and I'm very happy supporting it.
Thank you. Any further comments or I'll put this to the vote? I'm in support.
I'm in support. Lane.
Frank in support. Keep moving.
Yeah, Manuela support too.
Aye, tautoko.
Yes, from Dave.
Oh, we all so supportive. We all just went for it. didn't wait.
Sorry, Joshna.
All good, I'm following you.
Do I need to slow them down, Joshua?
No, it's okay.
Right, the next recommend. She's got it sus. She's getting a handle on us. That the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board approves a sum of $5,000 plus GST if applicable be paid the board's community fund account to the Bay of Islands Country Rock Festival for costs towards shuttles and event promotion. Do I have a mover?
Yes, Manuela,
I have
I'd like to move that.
Yep.
This one, are you?
Sorry, who's?
This one?
No, it's
Manuela moved it. Is there a seconder to get this on the table?
I'll second.
Thanks, Manawai. I am mindful of the fact that Shirley May did not come to speak to this application and it is for $5,000. However, if you're willing to have a discussion around it, I'm happy to, excuse me, I'm happy to move ahead on this application and discuss it and put it to the vote in Shirley's absence. She has been coming to the board for, I can't remember now, it's way in double digits, over the Bay of Islands Country Rock Festival and the Jazz Festival, which I dare say is coming up. So just like to point out that she did request $12,726 and the recommendation is for $5,000. Usually we also tag it to the transport and or badges in advertising. Manuela, as mover, do you want to talk to this?
Yes, please. Not just specifically to this application, but more over the excitement we have that there's more applications coming through again for events, and the events that are coming through are repeat offenders. Sorry, that's the word that comes to me. And we've been quite outspoken about repeatedly sponsoring or funding events that come like this one year after year, and we want to do more new events or more diverse events than what's been happening. However, with the COVID situation, and we need to make that decision now because it will just come up again and again. Are we going to change our stance and keep sponsoring events that have been coming for years and years? That's what I want to put out there, because that's what when I read the agenda, that jumped at me straight away. Look, they all come again, and it's all the same organisations, and good on them. I mean, they're standing up, they're trying to get money for what they believe in, but we've been quite strong in the past about not to do that anymore.
It's true. And before Catherine comments on the policy side of it, I've got Manawai's hand up, and then Dave. Thank you.
Kia ora. Yes. I would like to total what you've said, Manuela. I'm sure many of our board members might feel this way as well. When I first came in, this is one of the long-standing applications from when I first came in on a by-election in May 2018. This has been on since then, or these types of organisations that apply regularly. And I don't know if it's this one or for the Jazz Festival, but previously I've seen one application come in for the Trainium, where funding every year is asked for the whole Trainium, one application at the beginning for the 3 years. So every year their budget comes up, an application will go through. And I think sometimes it slips under our whatever our threshold is for them to turn up in person sometimes. So we just see them at the beginning of the 3-year term and then we don't see them again. But this is one of the things I've raised in the past about this becomes a regular cost for us. It isn't a new event and something we need to really finalise, I think, in our or nail down in our strategic priorities around where our intention is for each Trainium and each year within that Trainium. Because otherwise, I mean, I'm no accountant. Is this becomes a fixed cost? Is that what they call it? Is that Frank? It's one of these costs that just comes up every year for us. We just need to start accounting for it in the budget. But I was told that we can't stop people from applying. Even if they come back year after year, we can't stop. I don't know if, Catherine, you're going to add to that. Kia ora.
There is a comment in the chat. Dave.
Yeah, kia ora, just to pick up on Manawai's comments too then. I mean, this has always been something that I've talked about and tried to be consistent around, is that are the events that we're supporting free events that are open to all, or are they paid events where we're actually sponsoring and and providing additional support when money's going to go back into the promoters' pockets or the organisers' pockets or agencies. So, I still have an issue with that, but I think that's something that probably the next incoming community board will have to preferably agree on at the beginning, so it provides a guideline looking forward, or perhaps another way around is to have a separate events fund altogether, because at the moment, after the effects of COVID and the impact on communities, that I'd be a lot more ingratiated for ones like the Kaio events where they're free, and to be able to support those events than a lot of the ones in Paihia, which really have that commercial basis. So and looking at today's ones, whilst I acknowledge that we don't get the money back, and if we don't spend it, we don't spend it. I have those concerns around, again, a question of equity. That's my 10 cents.
Thanks, Dave. Catherine, did you just want to make a comment on the policy and the fact that people can apply year after year, and we do see regular applications?
There is nothing to stop applicants applying year on year. It is up to the board's discretion whether you grant or not. We have said in the past, and I have spoken to Shirley about this, that the board would like her to source other funding. That doesn't stop the application coming through. We do have a separate events investment fund grant that is currently $80,000. And is granted at the start of each financial year by application. It tends to be for larger events, and this application has come in now. Shirley's explanation was that they cancelled last minute last year because of COVID and the year before, and she didn't know until recently that they were going to get it off the ground.
She did have a discussion with me about it, and and was reluctant to actually submit, and everything was left to the 11th hour, including the performers, which I incidentally heard an advertisement for on the radio this morning when I was having breakfast. So it's being quite well publicised, which is really good, and there's some key Kiwi acts in there. The thing that I wanted to comment on has probably just dropped right out of my head, but it was in relation to, the reason why she is not here, I've just been informed by Catherine, is that she doesn't have the technology and the connectivity to be able to connect virtually with us today. David Clendon, Councillor Clendon.
Sure, I suspect Lane might have had his hand up before me, but I'll jump in ahead if he's happy with that. Yeah, just hearing the conversation, you know, that it would, if I understand correctly, there is no policy regarding not accepting, you know, year-on-year applications. And in the absence of such a thing, I think it's probably important as a matter of principle to assess every applicant on its merit. You know, does it serve a community purpose? Does it support economically, socially, culturally, environmentally, whatever? I do think you're on a bit of a slippery slope if you start to say, well, yeah, we don't have a policy about it, but we just kind of feel that maybe coming back each year for some money is not really desirable. I just would caution, you have to be a bit thoughtful about that. Sort of making policy on the hoof is seldom positive or get a good outcome. And I do think, yeah, the applicants make the effort. This particular event, I've got no strong feelings about. I know it's popular, it's come around often year on year and so on, but as I say, I'll just go back to the point of principle. In the absence of a clear policy about year-on-year applications, I think it has to stand alone as if it was the first application you'd seen, quite frankly. Otherwise, I think it's unreasonable to any applicant.
Can be. Thank you, David, for that input. Lane.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. I have no particular feeling for the event one way or another. I guess what it comes down to, I would be much more inclined if I had an application from a community group that were hiring a van to go to the event rather than funding the event organizer directly for transportation. So I have a small concern there of whether I'm getting into a commercial activity. I absolutely applaud running vans and transportation to some of our smaller communities that might not get a chance to participate. Quite happy to do that. But I think that those applications should be coming from those communities, not the promoter, if that makes any sense. Thank you.
Thanks, Dave. Manuela?
I just would like to reply to Councillor Clendon. What we have in what we're trying to do is to get events off the ground and to make them self-sustained, and not saying, oh, we won't fund you.
Yes, we have had that discussion around inaugural events.
That's right. So I'm just trying to make it clear, it's not that we don't want to fund events. We want them to be self-sufficient and help them. So more seed funding. I know that there's no policy about it, but we can still outline how we want to fund our money. That's how I feel. But it's not written down at the moment, and that's where we're not at. So that's the problem. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes. Point. Mana, why was your hand up?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I also wanted to respond to Councillor Clendon, and just to reiterate that I know it is COVID too, and because we're just starting to get into that space where we can hold events and do things, so I'm absolutely supportive of that, given that not many groups can have the capacity to do that at the moment. But in our sheets that we get, in our reports, we get the community outcome aspect of it. So for this one, it's the first one is communities that are healthy, safe, connected and sustainable. Second one is proud, vibrant communities. Where do those come from? You know, my thinking is that they came from the old strategic plan that we had many, many moons ago. And really, I think Manuela and my comments are around making sure that this is and put into a more intentional space for the applicants and for us in our strategic priority process and the processes around this funding application. So it's that column in that on page 116, the community outcomes column, that is on almost every recommendation. There's something like that in there. Where did those come from? They come from our old strategic plan, don't they? We're still using them, but they don't apply to our current strategic priorities. So we need to get all of that aligned. And I guess, yeah, that's why I'm saying it. Kia ora.
Thanks, Manawa. Catherine, you want to make a final comment so we can move on and vote on this?
I was just going to answer Manawai. Those come from the long-term plan, are adopted and reviewed every 3 years, and are underpinned by the 4 well-beings that the government has dictated.
Kia ora, and we had referenced them in our strategic plan years ago. That's probably where the connection is for me.
They stole it from us.
Yeah.
Absolutely. We'll go with that.
So in terms of our connection to our community board, that's why I referenced it that way. Thank you, Catherine.
Thanks, Catherine. And Councillor Smith has just reiterated that in the chat as well. Well, I'm going to put this to the vote. So they requested $12,726. We are moving on $5,000. Manuela moved. Manawai second. I'm in support.
I'm against. Lane.
Against?
Yes.
I'll support.
Yes from Bruce.
Yes from Frank.
I take support.
No from Dave.
So that's carried. We'll move on. So we're looking at the recommendation D, that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board approves a sum of $20,000 plus GST if applicable to be paid from the board's community fund account to Business Paihia Inc. for costs towards the inaugural Matariki Festival 2022. Do I have a mover?
Manuela.
Thank you. Seconder? I'll second that to get the discussion going. No discussion around this? Manuela, did you have any comments to make as mover?
I do, but no, I don't. Thank you.
So if you look on page 116, they did it. They did apply 20. It's a very expensive event. Well, it's a number of events run over. It's a long festival, really. They did apply for 28% of funding, which was 48,357, which was an extremely ambitious amount for our budget, and the recommendation is $20,000. Dave?
If I can just have one comment, I find it an extreme amount for an event that's there once. I know it's over 2 weeks, but yeah.
Yes, it's. I assume because Matariki is annually that this will become an annual event. So if we do fund it to any way, shape or form, it would be, their inaugural year was last year, but as Steph alluded and as is in the information, it didn't actually really get off the ground by the sounds of it, and that whole COVID environment has hindered it. Dave?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to note that there are quotes for all sorts of things from fireworks and street decorations and laser lights and things like that, but nothing for drinking water. So I come back to some.
There's free water in it. If you read the additional information. Sorry, interrupting you, Dave. Sorry. I looked for water.
Sorry, I mean, I looked through the thing, but I haven't read every page. There was obviously lots of pages, so I was going by the main
it might be in the accompanying information. You can tag any funding to specific if that's your concern. Gosh, I've got so much paper here. Continue, Dave. Sorry, I interrupted you.
No, that's all right. That's all right. Well, I mean, I would like that to be tagged and to be a condition of that it all free events.
It is free.
Yeah.
That also is stated in
all
there.
events, yeah, but that's how we take that. So
if you look in the, I don't know if you had time to read all the accompanying information, but there was a lot of good stuff in there. And I think probably the thing that stood out to me was the wider community involvement, and the money for the buses was from Kaikohe, Morewa, Kawakawa, Kirikiri and Waipapa, and of course the events held in Paihia and Russell and Waitangi. So it is quite a, that's on, I'm trying to look for the page numbers, I find it.
yeah, sorry, I found the page numbers to be quite difficult to refer to in the
Yes, I'll have a talk with Joshna about
material.
that.
Yeah.
It's on the cover of the supplementary, but each one is numbered individually, so it's not a continuum of numbers. Sorry, I did question that last month, but we'll have a discussion around that. So I can't actually tell you what page.
But yeah, it doesn't work physically, so yeah.
No, it's got Clark's coach line in bold red at the top of that page. If you've managed to find there's a lot of additional information. Of course, it's quite a big event, so there's a lot of planning and health and safety. And
yep, no, that's fine. Thank you.
yeah, but if you look through that, there may be something you wish to tag if you want to support it. I don't mind if you want to take a moment to have a look through in the shorter version of the application. I was delighted to see the new Northland Inc. had supported them with some funding on page 141 of the application. Catherine, just while everybody's looking at all this additional information, they didn't have an opportunity to apply this year, did they? If I recall, I don't remember seeing Matariki Festival in
for the events
annual.
investment.
No. So next year, they could be encouraged to apply if they can get the festival off the ground and up and running. They could be encouraged to apply.
Yeah.
To the annual events fund.
Jackie has also gone to Creative Communities for some of the workshops around the Matariki Festival as well.
Oh, wonderful. Excellent. I think this is a classic example of perfect collaboration where you have people with skills and skill sets in specific areas coming together with their application expertise. When you have, street closures and health and safety and all these waste management and the festival management itself, it is quite a collaborative event. And I think that's what stood out to me, because at first I thought, oh, this is Business Pie here. And then I thought, no, it's not. Oh, this is Jackie doing one of her own festivals, but it's not. It's actually a massively joint community one. Anyway, I'm happy for further discussion around this, or if you have a desire to want to tag what the money is spent on.
I'm happy to support a playground in an event over 2 weeks. The playground is going to be there for a long, long time, and I'm a party pooper, am I?
So what I would ask is that one that our community board logo and acknowledgement, if we're going to agree to such a significant chunk of funding, be acknowledged on all promotional materials, and two, that that there is funding tagged for the provision of free drinking water, and we might need to have a little discussion about how that's provided, as to whether that creates more waste and whether that's paper cups or plastic bottles or refillable bottles for those that are, and maybe that could be part of the promotion, that people are encouraged to take their drinking water bottles along. trying to address that sustainability issue again.
Thanks,
Through
Dave.
the chair, I would just like to share part of the supporting funding application with you for Dave's benefit.
Yes,
He
thank
did
you.
ask that there was going to be a supply of free water at the event. So I've found that in this document. That was
Yeah.
part of the supplying documents. Okay.
Thanks, Joshna. Well, if there's no further discussion around this, I'm going to test the waters, no pun intended, and put it to the vote. Manuela moved it, I seconded it. I'm in support.
Lane against.
I'm against Manuela.
Bruce, no.
Frank, no.
I'm going to say no and foreshadow an amendment.
Manawa.
I'm going to abstain.
Yep, that's fine, Dave. Thank you. So that's lost, and Manawa has foreshadowed an amendment. Would you like to put your amendment?
Yeah,
Manawa?
I'd like to offer the sort of $5,000.
5,000?
I like to second that.
Give me 1 second to try and
Yes.
do this.
Sure.
Okay.
So Manawai has moved an amendment. The original motion was lost. Manawai has moved an amendment for $5,000. Seconded.
Manawai, seconded by
Manuela.
Right, and it's an amendment.
Discussion around the amendment.
I'd like to add any of the things that Dave had mentioned previously into that amendment.
Which was the community board acknowledgement.
Yes, community board acknowledgement, and they have Dave, are you satisfied with that inclusion of free drinking water, or would you like to add something into this amendment?
I think it was a little bit loose, and it allowed that they could be just saying that the drinking water was provided by the public drinking water fountain. So I think just the devil's in the detail, and the problems that we had with the accountability over the Totara North event, and that's how when we'd also tagged that. So I would like to see it tagged in there. And again, I think anything that we're doing should be acknowledging the community board support as opposed to council support. So
would you like to include that in the motion, or would you be happy for Catherine to forward that as a note to them? I'm happy to do either.
Yeah, well, again, it comes down to a couple of things. There's one in the promotion that they could be talking about free drinking water is available, and please bring your
water bottle.
That's first and foremost. Secondly, then around the types of containers, if they're going to be supplied in containers, hopefully it's not just a portable drinking water fountain itself that people are going to drink out of, given the the nature of COVID and transmission. So it's a hygiene issue as well. If anybody else has got some wording, I'm open to that.
Thanks, Dave. Just for clarity for Joshna, do you want this included in the amendment, Manawai?
I think we could probably cover some of it in the amendment. Yes, I think we should, so that we set a tone.
So could Joshna have some wording, please?
Thank you so much, Joshna. If you could have some wording, I would really appreciate that.
Just saying some wording would be helpful. I know what we want. So what you're trying,
amount?
5,000.
So it's $5,000. The amendment is 5,000.
To have our logo, the community board logo, included in any promotions.
So you want to end that?
Yeah, I think we should add that in there.
Okay.
So it needs to probably be $5,000. Approves the sum of $5,000. You pay for your forwards fund account and business by the cost. And before the following community outcomes, we'll put and that. Sorry, Manawa, that wording again. Community board acknowledgement.
In all promotions. Are you satisfied with that, Dave?
Yep.
And that?
In all, that the community, Bay of Islands Whangaroa Community Board is acknowledged in all promotions.
Through the chair, I would note that all funding applicants, when they're successful, are provided with the board logo and are asked to use it in all public promotions.
Thank you, Catherine. I've actually seen an increase in the number of groups thanking the community board specifically and not FNDC. That's probably come about as a result of you doing that.
Thank you. So we've cut.
Any more? And that the Bay of Islands Community Board?
In all promotions. Yeah.
Requests. Sorry, Josh is just wanting some correct wording here. The Bay of Islands for our community board requests acknowledgement. Am I correct, Manawai?
Yes. It's like a three-way checking on the amendment motion.
Did you say in all events or
request acknowledgement in all promotions?
In all promotion. Promotions.
And that
this is going to be a long sentence.
Okay. Yes. You want to address water?
Yeah, we want to address the drinking water containers, don't we, Dave?
Yeah. So the promotion of that and yeah.
You might need an A and B there, or 1, 2 bullet points.
Yeah.
I would imagine that if Healthy Families was attending and giving as one organisation, and I'm with a swap hats with a public health unit, that we'd be looking to encourage these events to be fizzy free or sugar free and what have you, in a step forward. So that's, you know, around smoke free, alcohol free and sugar free events. So I realise this is an inaugural one, but you know, I'd like to think that in the time that I've been on community board and the others, that we've been able to up the ante around community wellbeing and health.
I think our message is getting there, Dave.
Yeah, I do think it is. It's getting through.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, so are we done with the wording? Is Joshna, what have we got here? The Bay of Islands Whangaroa Community Board approves a sum of $5,000 plus GST if applicable be paid from the board's community fund account to Business Pie here for costs towards inaugural. I think we might take inaugural out because they actually did start the festival last year. I think this is the main big inaugural event, but I'm not sure that it's actually the inaugural. Is it, Catherine? Oh, it says inaugural, sorry. Aotearoa Festival to meet the following community outcomes. So
through the chair, because this year is the first year that has the official public holiday, that's what they're basing it around.
Right, okay. Yeah, fair comment. I've lost
the Bay of Islands Community Board requests acknowledgement in all community promotions, and that consideration be given or encouragement. Consideration be given to. Oh, this is going to be a hard one, Whānau. Yeah, we're gonna
keep it simple.
Consideration be given to drinking water containers. The use of refillable drinking water containers during the event.
Vessels.
Yes, go for it.
So to be given, consideration be given to drinking water availability.
That might not be strong enough. Their drinking water accessibility. There we go, Rachel Smith. Thank you.
Is that it?
Dave, can you look at that, please?
I think it's a little bit loose because we're looking at the
tighten it up, please. What do you want us to say in that second part of the sentence?
Dave, that's not what you wanted. You wanted a tighter condition in there around water.
Oh, there, Catherine's given us something.
We've got free, Ross. Thank you for your input in the chat.
The words are promoted.
Trying to bring their own bottles.
Oh, there we go. What about Catherine's words in the chat? That where free water is provided, it is promoted that the the attendees are encouraged to bring their own refillable, reusable containers, or that sustainable drinking containers are provided.
Excellent, Catherine. Is there any
And
way
thank you,
that
Catherine.
Joshna can
Jared.
copy and paste that into? Are you happy with that, Dave?
Yeah, that's a lot better.
Oh,
yeah, I was
that's a
saying
good.
The word was around promoting, so yeah.
Everyone's
And
having
shall
a
we
go
add
now.
that one? Could we add that C in there to include Aisha's comment, and that the event promote a zero waste approach to this in future? Do you mean future events, Aisha? I think I may be creating the longest motion known to board members.
The longest B. Glenn, your hand's up there. Did you want to? Oh gosh, now we've got.
Through the chair,
Yes.
I
Yes.
hesitate. I hesitate in putting my hand up because it's been a lot of thought put
20
into
minutes.
this. I just wanted to raise a point about whether you wanted to consider this as well. I'm just thinking back to their application was for 48,000. You are approving 5. The event is in, I'm not sure when, but let's say 6 or 7 weeks' time. On the assumption that that funding gap that now exists, the event doesn't take place.
Yes.
Do you
may
need to
fall
put a
over.
condition in there that the $5,000 is only payable if the event actually takes place? Or are you happy for the $5,000 to be spent perhaps on costs that the organisation has incurred, but unfortunately the event can't take place anyway? You know, I'm just posing that as something to think
We are
about.
having to deal with a lot of that, Glenn. Thanks for pointing it out. And it's happened, and I brought it up in council the other day. We are having issues with events that are being postponed or pushed out because from a community board perspective, we're not being informed. We're not in that loop. And in some instances, we possibly would be losing money because the applicant has actually marketed and advertised and purchased. And Catherine, we won't know until Catherine gets back the progress reports, or because they don't have to submit until the event's been completed. But if it's cancelled, yes, there is a loss to us and to the ratepayer. Unfortunately, in these COVID times, it's been really difficult, hasn't it, Catherine? I just really feel for people trying to run an event. It's not easy. It's not easy in the best of times without being in this disruptive world. So I think, Catherine, you've pretty well got a handle on that, haven't you, from your perspective?
Yes, I think so, Madam Chair.
But thanks, Glenn. Yes, we
Right.
have had discussions around that.
Thank you.
Right, Josh, now where are we at? Have you written your novel yet?
There we go. Is that, who's that? Was it Aisha? Who put that in the chat? Oh, we're covered there, right? Oh, Marlima, kia ora.
Madam Chair, I struggle a wee bit with our wording. We have A, approves the sum of 5,000 for the following outcomes, and then we have communities that are health, safety, etc. And then B, approves that where free water have we taken out the bit on acknowledgement of the board? That seems to have gone.
I'm just looking in the chat at Marlima's updated motion proposal. Is that one we might consider cutting and pasting across? It's got the full detail there.
Yeah, I'm doing
Josh,
that.
no, I do apologise. It's very
I also
confusing for you because you've got not only us all at you, but you've actually got a team in the chat as well, putting their tuppence worth in. And I think we all have a handle on what we're trying to achieve here. As long as Manawai and Dave agree on. So you're agreeing on the $5,000, you're agreeing on the community board acknowledgement on all the events and the reusable or supplying your own drinking vessels for water. And the rest of it's a little bit, I'm a bit lost. I'm looking at 2 computers plus a chat, and I've got a lot of suggestions here.
Oh dear.
So I'm looking to assist Joshna with some clarification on wording.
Thank you,
So
Madam Chair.
far we have that A, we approve the sum of $5,000. This is the amendment, plus GST if applicable be paid from the board's community fund account to Business Paihia Inc. for cost towards inaugural Matariki Festival 2022 to meet the following community outcomes.
I will be bringing this up here.
Yes.
Okay, so these are the outcomes that we want to meet. And then the second thing is to
should be probably an and that perhaps, because B includes and that we
Then
did have
hopefully in the future these things will just be a part of our priorities, so we won't have to put them in motions in the future.
Manawai, we did have and that the board requests the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board logo on all promotions.
Madam Chair, can I suggest we look at the draft as it is in the chat, because it seems to cover everything and make sense. I'm not quite sure why we have meeting the following outcomes halfway through our resolution rather than at the end.
Yeah, I think I agree with Frank. If you want to just move those down, you can.
It's just putting the provisos in after the amount.
Can I just request
after Business Paihia Inc. for cost towards the Matariki Festival 2022, and that after 2022, Frank, it should be inserted there.
No, what I'm more concerned about having our community's health and safety, the outcomes between A and B.
Yes,
because in fact, if you look at C, where we're talking about free drinking water, and D, which is promoting zero waste, they are things that to me are important for a health, safety, connected and sustainable community. So why are we putting
That's my point, Frank. It should be slotted after 2022 and that, so we put it in there and then put the standard summary on the bottom. The outcomes.
Oh, yes. Sorry, Belinda. Yes, I agree with you. Thank you.
So it drops it down. So really, Joshna just has to copy and paste it after the Matariki Festival 2022 and that, and then you can include your additional requests or
just
conditions.
Includes the Bay of
all
Islands.
of that and all of that in there. So you're going to drop out to meet the following outcomes. That should be right at the bottom of the recommendation.
Correct.
Must be nearly lunchtime.
Oh, dear.
In the line that begins, include the BOIW Community Board logo in all promotions, aren't we saying that that all promotions include the Community Board logo?
And that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board logo is included in all promotions?
Yeah, that would be fine. Yeah.
Are we happy with this?
We're getting there.
Joshna, would you be able to cut and paste includes in point B to after logo? And that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board logo is included in all promotions.
Yep.
And then we should be good.
Yep.
Say that again, Manawai. I didn't catch you.
And that, so point B, the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board logo is included in all promotions.
Yep.
Logo is included.
Yep.
In all promotions. Right, are we nearly good to read this out?
Yeah, can we just remove the word where in part C so that it just reads that free water is provided, free drinking water is provided at events.
That the free water provided.
That free water sounds right.
Oh yeah.
You talk about a resolution being moved by a committee. God.
I know. I think it was $5,000 worth of labour just getting that motion.
Belinda, do you want to read it out in completion?
Certainly. So we have the amendment put by Manawai, seconded by Manuela.
C doesn't read still quite well. There's a couple of words.
We'll tweak it when we get to it. Thanks, Dave. We'll read it and see how it sounds. That the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board approves a sum of $5,000 plus GST if applicable to be paid from the board's community fund account to Business Paihia Inc. for cost towards inaugural Matariki. It should say cost towards the inaugural. I sort of feel there's a word missing there. The inaugural Matariki Festival 2022, and that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board logo is included in all promotions.
Yeah.
And further that free, not just that free, and further that free water. Just not grammatically correct, Dave, is it? And
Madam Chair, may I?
Yes, certainly. Leap in.
So, item A is clear and accepted by the board. Item B, if we remove and, it will just read that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board logo is included in all promotions. C will read that free water is provided at events. It is promoted. I will make the amendment to that. I'm reading from the chat, sorry, just to help Joshna along. Joshna, if you want to copy and paste.
Oh, Malema, I've already pasted this. Can you work? We're working on the.
We're working on
I've
the
already
main.
copied and pasted it through, and I've put it in here, and I've done changes, lots of changes to what's on the chat.
You poor Joshna, we've really beaten her up over this one. We're working on the amendment in the meeting
But
document
it sounds
now.
about right towards the inaugural Matariki Festival 2022, and that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board logo is included in all promotions, and that free water is provided at
events.
At events.
And promote, and there's a lot of ands in there.
I'll say all at all events because it's over 2 weeks, am I right?
That free water is provided at events and attendees are encouraged to bring their own refillable, reusable containers, or that sustainable drinking containers are provided. And
So
D.
Do I keep all events in here?
No.
Free water is provided at, because it's over 2 weeks, am I
It's
right?
a number of events, yes.
Yeah,
And
so
then
at
we're going
all
to take
events,
out it is promoted.
and the attendees are encouraged to bring their own refillable or reusable containers.
Or
sustainable are provided.
Just take the that out, or sustainable drinking containers are provided.
And that this comes out. The event promote a zero waste approach to this and future meetings to meet. Prevent and promote a zero waste approach to this and future meetings.
No, that's not correct. We don't need in future meetings at all in there.
Yeah. Zero waste approach. And to meet the following community outcomes. Yep, that sounds about it.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to suggest that we take a brief adjournment, given Aisha's comments in the chat, if you've had a chance to review that.
Yep, to avoid forming a motion by committee. Does everyone want an adjournment, or are you quite happy with what we've got here?
Madam Chair, there's some hands up.
I can't see whose it is, sorry. There's a hand up. Aisha, would you like to speak to this,
David,
please?
I'd love to. I did have some questions, but I wasn't sure whether or not maybe Councillor Clennon wanted to speak first, as is a councillor rather than just
David,
providing
would
advice.
you like to comment?
Thank you. Yes, if I may. I'm just getting some concern here. The amount offered is $5,000. Now, if these folk have not considered running a zero waste event, that's going to involve quite a lot of cost. It's not a trivial matter to run a zero waste event. They have to get volunteers, containers, vehicles. Similarly, the idea of providing sustainable drinking containers, provision of. They've probably done a lot of their promotional planning, and if we're going to insist that they now add to that the idea of telling people, oh, make sure you bring your water bottle, well, that's okay. But for $5,000, quite honestly, I'm marginally involved in event promotion in a different part of my life, and if I got this response from a potential funder, I'd probably say thanks, but no thanks, because my fear is you're actually imposing more cost on this organisation than you are offering in dollars. As particularly zero waste, to run zero waste and promote is an active word. You know, drawing on my RMA background, to promote means you've got to get busy and do it. You can't just think about it or have it. So you actually be aware that you're probably imposing more than $5,000 worth of cost on these people, which has seemed like a bit of a slap from my point of view. As I say, if I was organising this event, I'd think, shit, these people don't want to support me. So, yeah, just, I guess, advise some caution. I'll let
Valid comments, actually, because there is a lot of this information already in the additional information, and I did read it all, and a lot of what we've put in there is really elaborating on what they already have in here. So
I'm open to further editing, whānau. If based on everyone's comments so far, I'm happy to edit that down a little bit. I take on the kōrero around the zero waste. That does involve a lot of planning. I think that's a lot of these things we're thinking about things we want to put into our strategic priorities moving forward. It might be a bit hard for these. Yeah, it might be a bit hard for these rōpū to take that on right now at that amount of money. So, Dave, what say you, Dave? Given that what do you think?
Sorry, so it just dropped out as you, and I've only just reconnected. It just dropped out for the last 15 seconds. Can you?
Oh, just checking in that I received what David is saying around for the amount and the zero waste inclusion. That might be something that we might want to take out. And yeah.
Have we read their waste management policy in here? It'll be in here.
So, Madam Chair,
if it's already included in their plan, then we're not adding any extra costs. So I'm a bit surprised to hear that Councillor Clennon thinks that we might be imposing additional costs. We're just actually specifying what we're prioritising as our community objectives in supporting this event with our community funding. So I don't see any problem if they're already going to provide drinking water. We're just asking, in this case, it's the how we want to see that happen. To hark back to Blair's comments this morning.
Well, sorry, but as I read it, promote a zero waste event means, for a start, you'd have to tell any concessions, anybody coming to sell food at an event, for example, that they've got to have zero waste as an outcome. I mean, what's our understanding of a zero waste event? I've been involved in those a few times, and it's a wonderful approach. But it comes with cost, and it takes time to organise. And that word promote, that's not saying that you'd really love them to do it. You're saying you've got to do it effectively. So actually, there would be significant cost involved in that.
Okay, as the mover of that motion, I'll drop that one off the proposed amendment and move forward with it as standing. So dropping off point D. Oh, well, yes.
Interesting discussion, team. Thank you. Because I do hear what you're saying, Councillor Clennon, in the sense that a lot of what we are referring to is covered in there, but are we taking it to a higher level, which is, are we getting too deep into what it is we actually are trying to achieve here, when a lot of the discussion that we've had around this is actually being met in the application and in the event. Let's read what we've got. We've got a mover, Manawai, seconded Manuela. Approves the sum of $5,000. This is the amendment to be paid from the Boys Community Grant Fund to Business Paihi Inc. for cost towards the inaugural Matariki Festival 2022, and that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board logo is included in all promotions. Free water is provided at all events, which is actually already listed in the application, and that the attendees are encouraged to bring their own refillable, reusable containers or sustainable drinking containers are provided, and the event is to meet the following community outcomes. Right, is everybody happy with that?
Madam Chair, I have my hand up. If I could speak for a moment, please.
I've got other hands up as well now. Yes, Frank, go first then. I'm not sure whose hand up because I can't see, sorry.
Madam Chair, I wonder if this is becoming a bit silly. We've had an application for around about 48,000.
Yes.
We defeated a motion to give them 20,000. We've had an amendment now to give them 5,000. That is 10% of what they asked us for. We've now spent a considerable amount of time putting conditions around the granting of 5,000, which is 10% of what they want. I just wonder if this isn't becoming silly. Do we support this or do we not? It was clearly, it was defeated on the first vote. What are we trying to achieve with this motion? Are we merely wanting to make a token contribution with a whole number of conditions? I just think this is becoming silly.
That was Councillor Clendon's point earlier, Frank. I can't see the hands that are up. I can see you, Manawai.
I think Aisha's got her hand up.
Aisha's got her hand up, and then Manawai.
Aisha.
Madam Chair, I know that standing orders have long gone out the door.
Yes, they have.
And I'm
out the
mindful
window,
that
down the valley.
Forming resolutions by committee is not an ideal situation either. And I do recommend that we take a break so that everyone can go for their comfort stops and maybe grab some food, because it is now also 1:15.
Perfect.
I also wonder whether or not Catherine Trewin's got anything to add, because I know the section around alignment with the community outcomes is to align with the policy. And I kind of wonder whether or not we're saying that we want to support this event because it meets the outcome to have a healthy, safe, connected, sustainable community, but then we're implying these conditions to help them be that, and then whether or not it is actually funding it because it aligns with that outcome.
Do you mind if I respond to some of that?
No, of course, Manawai.
Yeah, thank you. I won't take long. I think this is a real reflection of our the diversity in our processes and the application of our approach to date. And what I found is, particularly around some of these extra conditions, they either get put in the amendment or they get retrospectively put in later on. And it's an indication that we need to do more work as a team as to what our aspirations and intentions are and how we apply that in each across all of these applications. So while this is very lengthy and probably laborious, it is a signal to our staff and to anyone else in this room at the moment that we are not investing enough time in this. And part of me putting this motion in this amendment is to highlight that, because we come up with this all the time. And this is, I think, some of the frustration that comes through with Dave. I know it's a frustration of mine, is that we don't have a set kaupapa of what we are trying to achieve with all of these applications. And I have seen conditions be put in after the motion's been granted sometimes, and it's been represented to our board. 3 times this has happened to my community recently. So I urge us to just consider that when we're looking at things. And I think the lengthy time is just a reflection of us not taking that time beforehand to think it through and to discuss it properly.
Kia ora, manawa.
And to study all the additional information I have to add there. So on that note, I'm going to adjourn the meeting and break for lunch, and I want you to think about that and look at that, and we will come back to that recommendation after lunch. So we will have 20 minutes or half an hour. What's the preference? Half an hour?
Half an hour.
Please, half an hour.
We earned it.
See you back at 1:45. Thank you.
Kia ora.
Thank you.
Belinda.
Right, everybody refreshed after that lunch break, I trust. Clear minds, and we will go back to agenda item funding application 7.7, and we are currently on D, which is
E.
Sorry?
We're on the funding application E.
I'm still actually working on the amendment on D. I haven't put it yet.
It's on E, Belinda.
Okay, well, it's actually D in my agenda. Apologies.
Is it? Okay.
Through the chair, it was D. That motion was defeated, so the amendment is now E.
Okay, so I have two E's. Karapiro paddlers are E next up.
E
We're
in the
pushing it
agenda,
out.
it will
Thank
move
you.
down to F. Yeah.
Thank you. Right, so we have an amendment here put by Manawai Wells, seconded by Manuela, that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board approves a sum of $5,000 plus GST if applicable be paid from the board's community fund account to Business Paihia Inc. for costs towards the inaugural Matariki Festival 2022, and that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board logo is included in all promotions. Free water is provided at all events, and the attendees are encouraged to bring their own refillable, reusable containers or sustainable drinking containers are provided. And the event is to meet the following community outcomes: communities that are healthy, safe, connected and sustainable, and proud, vibrant communities. I'll put that to the vote.
I'll vote for the first two, not the last one.
I'm in support.
Yes, Blaine.
Manuela, yes.
Bruce, yes.
Frank?
Sorry, Frank, yes.
Manawai?
Ai, tautoko aroha mai.
Dave, yes.
So that is carried. Thank you, Joshna, for your perseverance on that. Right, we'll move on to the next recommendation, that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board approves a sum of $950 plus GST if applicable be paid from the board's community fund account to Korapiro paddlers for costs towards the Triple Crown event 2022. Do I have a mover?
Yes.
Bruce.
Bruce, thank you. Seconder?
Yep.
Who is that?
Manuai.
Thank you, Manawai. Discussion around this? I don't have any hands up at all. And we don't have any speakers to this to answer the questions. So I'm just going to put this to the vote if there's no discussion around it.
Give me 1 second.
From one extreme to the other, right?
You said it.
We'll give Joshua a minute to breathe.
Oh, I'm sharing, sorry. Anything on you?
I'm in support. Thank you.
Yes, Blaine.
Yes, Manuela.
Yes, Bruce.
Yes, Frank.
Ai, tautoko.
Yes, Dave.
That's carried and we are energised. Thank you. We'll move on to the next recommendation, that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board approves a sum of $3,476 plus GST if applicable be paid from the board's community fund account to Lonsdale Park Camp Board for costs towards the footpaths. Do I have a mover?
Yes.
I'll move.
That was Bruce.
Yep.
I'll second, Manuela.
And thank you.
Discussion.
I'm looking for hands up. I don't see any discussion around this. This is an internal footpath. I did see a hand up and down. It's gone. Manuela?
It's me. It's me. Yes, sorry.
Thank you.
Is there any appetite to increase the sum of funding?
You're welcome to try an amendment. I actually thought because it had the word footpath in there, I thought it was quite ironical when I look at our footpath priority list and the number of footpaths around the district. But I'm in your hands today, so if you are foreshadowing an amendment, please word it as succinctly as you can.
There's somebody else who wants to talk. Maybe we'll get some more out.
Lane, would you like to speak to it? Manuela's foreshadowed an amendment.
Madam Chairman, I just wondered if there was the possibility of adding the footpath at the Opur school to this project.
Oh, bless you, bless you.
Bless your cotton socks, thank you.
No, that's great. Thanks for your support, Lane.
You're welcome.
Right, so the original request was, which I'm sure is what you're alluding to, Manuela, was for $6,952, which was 100% of the footpath quote, and the recommendation is for 50% of that, which is 3,476. I'm in your hands if you wish to put your amendment.
We'll vote for it, I guess.
You're happy to withdraw that and just put it to the vote? Okay, so moved by Bruce, seconded by Manuela. I'm in support.
Is Manuela retracting her amendment?
Yes, I am.
She's not putting an amendment. Thank you. I'm in support, thank you.
Yes, from Lane.
Yes, from Manuela.
Yes, from Bruce.
Yes, from Frank.
Aye, Tautoko.
Yes, from Dave.
It's carried, thank you. So we'll move on to the next item. That the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board approves a sum of $4,000 plus GST if applicable to be paid from the board's community fund account to the Magic Playhouse costs towards the Morph Festival. Do I have a mover?
Manuela will move it.
Thank you. And a seconder?
I'll second.
Thank you, Lane.
That was Lane.
Yes, Manuela and Lane. Discussion around this?
Excuse me, Madam Chair. This is on top of the money we've already granted.
Yes.
That's right. Okay. Awesome.
This is an additional application due to the fact that they failed in their ability to source additional funds. No hands up there. I'm going to move along and put it to the vote then. Thank you, Joshna. I'm in support.
Yes, from Lane.
Yes, from Manuela.
Yes, from Bruce.
Yes, from Frank.
Aye, Tautoko.
Yes.
That's carried, thank you. Motoring through these.
Yes. Don't speak too soon.
Spoke too soon, did I, Lane?
Just a caution, Madam Chair.
That the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board approves a sum of $1,000 plus GST if applicable be paid from the board's community fund account to the Massive Theatre Company towards the Directors Lab program to meet the following community outcomes of communities that are healthy, safe, connected and sustainable, proud, vibrant communities. Do I have a mover?
I'll move it, Manuela.
Thank you. Seconder?
I'll second.
Thanks, Manawai. Discussion around this?
Yes, can we just point out, please, that the recommendation we have on page 117 The bottom, it's recommended this application be referred to the creative communities for additional funding, as this is an arts-based funding application.
Yes, so they did apply for 3,000, as you'll see, and the recommendation is only for one. I did note that we don't actually get many community development or many funding applications that fall under that community development fund if we're going to support the arts. And that will come up, Manawa, when Catherine does her stats for us on our funding sources. Most of it's infrastructure and events that I'm aware of. In fact, the infrastructure has increased. That was my only comment on that. So any questions, comments further? No, I'll put that to the vote. I'm in support.
I abstain, Lane.
Abstain.
Yes, from Manuela.
No, from Bruce.
Do you want that noted, Bruce?
No, it's fine. It's being recorded.
Frank?
Frank, sorry, abstain.
Aye, Tautoko.
No from me.
Do you want that noted?
No.
Dave? Thank you.
No, it's all right.
I didn't count there, but was that carried? I wasn't counting Joshna. I think we had 2 against, 1 abstain.
It was carried.
Carried, thank you. We'll move on. Okay, so the next recommendation, the Bay of Islands Whangaroa Community Board leaves the application for $75,000 plus GST if applicable to lie on the table pending confirmation of permissions and the lease to occupy being granted to our Kirikiri towards planting of the State Highway 10 Kirikiri Road intersection. Do I have a mover?
Manuela.
Thank you. Seconder? Lane, thank you. Any discussion?
Madam Chair, the recommendation here is that we table this for future consideration. Have we considered that option before we vote?
That's what I thought we were doing.
Yeah.
That is what is in the recommendation that I just read out, Frank.
Oh, sorry.
To let it lie on the table pending confirmation of these permissions.
Sorry, I misheard
from the lease and the,
Okay, sorry, I apologise.
I'm reading the recommendation on page 115, not the recommendation on page 118.
Okay, no, fair enough.
There's quite a lot of obstacles to work through just to do anything, as we know with Whakakatahi.
Yep.
Any other discussion around that?
I'd reserve my discussion till we come back to it.
Good idea.
I think enough discussion and questions were asked with Anika in her presentation this morning till we get some additional information. I'm in support.
Yes.
Manuela, yes.
Yes.
Frank, yes.
Aye, Tautoko.
Dave, yes.
Right, so that's carried. Next one, Joshna, we have is that the Bay of Islands Whangaroa Community Board approves a sum of $23,061 plus GST if applicable, be paid from the board's community fund towards the Totara North Residents.
I'm quite happy to second it with you.
Account to the Totara North Residents and Ratepayers Association towards the playground installation. Do I have a mover?
Yes,
Bruce.
I've got hands up. Bruce moved that.
Yeah, I'm happy to second it, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Lane. Now we will look at the hands. Manuela first.
Yes, thank you, Belinda. I would like to ask the question to staff that might be available right now to talk about this and see how much it will cost to actually bin the playground and get rid of it without them moving it, because I could always be certain that it will cost a lot more than to reinstall it up in Totara North. And I find this a farce to put it, first of all, to the people of Totara North, and second of all, to us as a community board to fork out for this. It should be the council that pays for it. We've gone through this before with Moriwa, and my God, come on, makes us all look less than average. So council, pick up the tab, put it there, and everybody be happy.
Thank you, Manuela. I have to say that sounded far too simple. Lane.
Yes, Madam Chairman. Certainly, I don't disagree with Manuela. Unfortunately, we are all stuck with a financial and operational process that long outdates us all and will probably outlive us all. And there's nobody more interested than moving the playground. And if the community board can participate in it, then I think we should help the group in Totara North. But I would put a caveat on this, and that was my intention, to say that this money is only paid out when we finally organised all funding for all aspects of this undertaking, because there are, I see Mr. Clamp is back there, there are obviously factors to this, which is moving it, disassembling it, taking it apart, loading it on a truck and taking it up there and reinstalling it. So this is only part of the, Manuela, I see you smiling there. You would understand that process, I assume. It's a long, involved process, and while I think we should, and I will support backing the local people in part of it, there are more parts to it that need to be understood. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Lane. And could I ask that you please pen your words so that you can read it to Joshna when the time comes. Thank you. Frank.
Yeah, I'm along the same lines as Lane. I'm totally supportive of this all going to Totara North. I'm totally supportive of council, one way or another, assisting in that process. But what we've got here is a problem of getting it there in the first place. There is no money available for that, and it's totally unreasonable for the domain working group to use money for the development of the domain for moving it. I suspect that it's going to be difficult to get all legs of this together, whereas I'd like to see that happen. The other side of this, which might seem a bit perverse, is if we approve this and we undertake that it'll only be paid out once arrangements are made for the parking, for the playground equipment to get to Totara North, then we have approved this money. If that doesn't ultimately happen, this money will then be available for us when that falls over, probably in the next financial year, for us to use for this project or another project. So it's kind of a bit of a double-edged sword. I support it, but I'm concerned about supporting this and voting for it when we're not even sure how the hell we're going to get the money to get the stuff there. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Before I go to the second round of hands up, I just want to invite Member Mills. It's in your backyard. Bruce, would you like to comment at all? I don't see your hand up.
Yeah, most definitely. As you know,
sorry.
You all right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry,
as
maybe
you know,
your hand
I
up.
was heavily involved with the Kaya one. We picked it up out of a barn here in Kirikiri. I transported it to the site and to my place, actually, did all the painting, whatever. Yeah, and I was really involved in South Am, of course. So I was rather disappointed with staff. I've been waiting to hear something, see something in writing. I've been asking for it for quite some time about quotes, etc., etc. Can't say I was that impressed when I saw it, and I have had quite some discussions with the two applicants here on the agenda yesterday. Alicia is actually down in Queenstown right now as we speak. Good on her. So, you know, I said I have known all the parties. I've been involved, but I can see some things in the quotes even that I could pick some holes in. And Alicia wasn't aware that she had to have two quotes for a starter. And I just wonder whether we can sharpen the pencil a bit at the other end of it. If we give them this amount of money, I think it will go a long way to getting the whole thing solved. They are definitely saying the community's right behind it. And so I'm sure we can cut a few corners here and there to adjust the cloth to get this job done. And as I said, I do want to be there and have more discussions with staff, because I can see things that we did at Kaio, which I've got down here, and it's going to cost some money. And I think that we can use that to our advantage to get it up there. My trailer's still available. So you never know, we might be hauling it out and getting it there. I just can't see why we've got to go with such a hefty quote. I'm sure that the community, they've got very good builders and everything else. Yes, we do need qualified people to sign it off and supervise, but I think we should be able to use some of the local people there, the varied community, and they are prepared to get stuck in and get this thing done. And I'd like to back them all the way. So, yeah.
Thanks, Bruce.
I'm there to do it, I can tell you now. So, yes.
It is all about localism, isn't it? And I wasn't aware that it was compulsory to have to obtain more than one quote. We have seen numerous applications come over our desk which we have queried only having one quote, and it has been brushed off. So some clarification on that from the funding team would be great. Thank you. I have Manuela, your hand back up.
Oh no, it's okay. Thank you. I shall remain quiet now.
Thank you. Okay. Susie. Hi, Susie. Hi. We've met twice today.
Yes. Thank you, through the chair. I'd just like to respond. The actual disassembling of the playground equipment and the transporting to the Tautara North community is quite crucial. So in order for that playground to still be able to be certified. So the quote, the disassembling of that equipment is actually really crucial.
And Susie, just for my clarification, I didn't see, and I may have overlooked it, what the actual transport cost was from Kirikiri to the site in Tautara North.
Yes, and I will just quickly look that up because I've got that in front of me somewhere. So, we approached a local Akaio-based local company, Maori owned and operated, and the removal of the playground costs were excluding GST. $6,495. The transport of the playground, which is load and transport and using a flat deck transporter, is $2,850.
Thank you for that breakdown, and it answers my question. I'm not sure whether it was in there. I did look for it, but apologies if I have overlooked it. The reason I was asking that question was because in the application, I note that that the Tautara North Resident Ratepayers Group actually have $3,000 in the bank, and I know they have put their hand up to do a lot of voluntary work. I've got things popping up all around me. Catherine, excuse me, apologies. It was not in the application as it was not included as part of the ask. Oh, okay.
That's right. We didn't include it in the application. The community didn't include it in the application because we had thought we'd found a source of funding for the disassembling of the playground and the transport. But that goes back to David Clamp.
Okay. I have Frank's hand up again.
Just clarification, question more directed at Dave. In terms of the installation and Bruce talking about local people being able to do that, you have rules around providers and certain requirements of council that they are required to meet in terms of health and safety and so on. Has there been any discussion between you and Bruce as to whether the people he's got that could do it would in fact meet your requirements?
David.
Sorry, Frankie. Madam Chair, apologies. Frankie, you're directing this at me?
Yes.
Yes. Would you like him to repeat that? Did you not hear it, David?
No. Sorry about that, Belinda. But no, to give this some context, around about a year ago, the working group, it was discussed about relocating the playground to Tortua North. The working group had absolutely no issues, as I'm sure everybody around the table would agree, in relocating it. It was then decided that it would be treated as a separate project to the Kerry Domain project because Susie was looking to have a social outcome with it so pretty much the Domain project and the working group stepped back away from it. Now, Susie mentioned my name. The only involvement I've got is helping to try and find some funding somewhere in council to help pay for the play equipment to be moved. That has got nothing to do with the project. And as I pointed out to Susie a couple of days ago, hopefully next year when budgets are refreshed, there might be some money. But at this late stage of the year, there's nothing available. And the playground is probably going to be staying in place for 2 or 3 months more anyway until we got the new one established. So I can't really answer Frank's question because, to be honest with you, Frank, with the exception of a couple of discussions with Susie and a couple of discussions that we've had, a couple of chats, in fact, that we've had at the Domain Working Group, I've had no involvement in this.
Okay.
So from the discussions that we had, I took it that there was a contractor coming in to safely dismantle, bundle in a reassemble fashion the old playground that then would be uplifted, taken to Tortua North, and the same contractor will be putting in the foundations and will be unbundling the stacks of play equipment and re-erecting it on the site. And that is probably, to the best of my knowledge, all the knowledge that I have on it, Frank. Sorry.
Okay. So what we're saying is this quote for $23,061, that work will be undertaken by a contractor that council is comfortable doing that work, given that there will be ongoing liability for council.
Yes, through the chair.
Thank you, Frank. Please put your hands up if you want to speak. Susie, I see your hand. I had Lane next, but Lane, I'll come back to you.
So just through the chair, just to respond to that, Frank, yes, it's a contractor that is registered with FNDC. They have site-wise, they're doing work for us at the moment. They're a local company. We've been on site with them and the community to discuss what needs to be done so everyone's on the same page. And the only thing that probably isn't stressed in the contract, in the quote, is there is quite a lot of earthworks that needs to be done there because it's quite wet. So there'll be some drainage. So the quote includes drainage and building the playground, lifting the playground up so that it remains dry during winter.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for that explanation, Susie. Now, no more hands up. We'll come back to Lane. Lane, thank you for putting in the chat there for Joshna. You would like to, do you want to talk to this? You're muted, sorry.
I have written to Joshna a recommendation on some clarification that the funds only be released when the total costs associated with the entire project are obtained. And I think there's a number of people working in good faith to try and get this underway. Susie, Forgive me, but were you not meeting with Jeanette this week or next week?
Yes, we've met already. Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Because the playground is still a council asset with all its associated hooks and or life rings available to it. So, yeah, I would like to still support the application, but we fully understand that there are more bridges to cross. Thank you,
Thanks, Lane, and thank you for that, Susie. Lane, I just wanted to clarify with you, yes. Are you happy to have that as a note at the bottom of the recommendation, or do you want that included in the recommendation?
I'm happy either way, Madam Chairman. The intent is there either way, I believe.
Just before we move on to that, Joshna, are you happy to add that as a note to the recommendation? Lane has actually worded it in the
yeah, I've put it in here as his proposed amendment, but it's as a proviso, which means that it's not just a note, it's a proviso that you are not going to be giving this unless. So that was the wording. Lane needs to be a little bit more clear on whether it should be a note or a proviso.
Yes, that's what I was getting at. Would you do you want it to be a proviso of the recommendation, Lane, and include it in the recommendation, or
Madam Chair, it can't be included in the recommendation because a proviso means that it's you're not giving it unless that is actually met, and that would mean that it would entail an amendment to it, and that's not what's recommended.
No, but Lane has foreshadowed that he wanted to add to that. So, Lane, I'll give you a minute to think about that. I've got Dave Hukwe-Kopa, your hand is up next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just in, I mean, look, we were very keen to see the playground repurposed somewhere. We acknowledge that there are other bits of the district, including the rugby netball grounds, who have obviously been undertaking a playground project for some time. There is Waipapa, who obviously our own backyard, who could be, you know, quite keen for this. The playground will have to be removed regardless, and so there will be some transportation costs to remove it. Is that right, Susie, David? Well, not, yeah, okay. So look, can I just suggest that we leave this to lie on the table till the next meeting, because we need more information. Putting in provisos and things like that is still not going to provide a way forward if it come, you know, if we find out, well, that's the costs, we still don't know whether to commit or not. There's quite a bit of legwork that should be done, and I'd suggest needs to be urgently done, to see what the appetite for the Tortora North community is, to be able to come to the party, to be able to work, to be able to achieve this outcome.
Thank you for those comments. We'll move to David Clendon next. Councillor Clendon, would you like to comment?
You can speak.
Oh, just my inner pedant. Lane's, I think what Lane is suggesting is that this money not be released until the whole budget is available to do the whole job. As it reads, you could get costings done, and that would satisfy that provision, I would have thought. So as I say, to me, it's not entirely clear what the intention is, and recognising other people may have to interpret the resolution or the motion. I just ask Lane, I'm just not quite, it's not entirely clear to me what you're asking, whether it's costings or actually knowing there's money and some budget available to complete the whole job from go to woe, that's all.
I'm quite happy to change the word costs to funds.
Thanks, David, and thank you, Lane. Now we have David Hukwe-Kopa has foreshadowed that he would like it to be left to lie on the table, but we have a recommendation in front of us.
Bruce, Madam Chairman, Bruce, Mr. Mills.
Yes, right of reply, Bruce, as the mover, and then we'll move on.
Yes, again, I go back to the fact that I've been there before and spoken to these other parties. There's one gentleman alone that I know of in Tortora North who's willing to use diggers and stuff himself. So, you know, when you start talking about earthworks, that's fine. As I said, I'm sure there's quite a few cost cuttings that they can do. How we arrive at that, it would be important for them to know that there is money out there for them to progress with this. Whether they change the figure at the other end, I'm not too sure, but I'm sure something's going to have to happen on those lines. But as I said, I know that the different people in that community can help, and would like to have a look at these quotes and see if they can be changed around quite a bit. I'm sure they can. So yeah, that's my opinion. Whether we go with Dave's recommendation, I'll leave it until on the table, but I think they need to have some clarity that there is money there for them to take the next step, because they've all been sitting there twiddling their thumbs and really wondering what's going on. And there hasn't been a hell of a lot of communication going out there. So yeah.
Thanks, Bruce. And I think that sums up a classic rural community where there's a will, there's a way. I'm sure will make it happen. And it's a shame we get tied up in red tape when we're doing things. If this playground is relocated to the site, it will be the fastest, biggest achievement probably of a playground that this board has ever made. Lane, I'm going back to the original recommendation and your addition to the wording in the recommendation.
Yes.
You are going to change a word, or you're going to add that into the recommendation, or you're going to leave the recommendation as is?
I'll take the direction of the staff and or yourself, Madam Chairman, whether you want it as a note or with an addendum or a change in the motion. And in the second line, as I wrote it, that the funds are only released when the total funding for the associated with the project are obtained. In other words, we've got a promise of money there, but they've got to go out and get the rest of the funding.
Member Lane, through the chair, if I may respond.
Yes.
If it's going to read as it is, it's going to have to be introduced in as a new, as an amendment.
Right.
And it means that you are not approving the sum provided that this is what's obtained. Is that the intention?
No, I have no objection with the fund as an amount. What I'm saying is that we don't release the funds until they've got the total funding for the project obtained. Okay, we're only funding partial payment.
So just for clarification for Joshna, you need to then, if that is your desire, to actually move an amendment by adding that into the current recommendation, correct?
If that could be done, Madam Chairman, that would be fine.
But just to get, sorry, through the chair, just to get an understanding to ensure that everybody is on board with the new amendment, as it's reading at the moment, it's saying the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board is approving that a sum. And the proviso is that the funds are only to be released when the funding associated with the entire project are obtained, which means that it will only be approved once this is obtained. So no funds will be released until all that total funding associated with the entire project is obtained.
That's the intent, I believe, Madam Chairman.
Okay.
Lane, thank you, Joshna. Lane, would you like to look at Glenn's note in the chat, please?
Madam Chair, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Because our motion on the table was moved and seconded by Bruce and Lane. So are they amending what they originally moved, or are they wishing to move a further amendment?
Proposing to amend what they originally moved.
Because you can change a motion with the agreement.
Of both, the mover and the seconder, yes. We
would be prepared to change.
Yes, so Bruce moved it, Lane seconded it. Given the discussion, given the discussion today,
Madam Chairman, both the mover and seconder are happy to change the motion to include the proviso.
Madam Chairman, could I?
Just a moment, please, David Clamp. So thank you for that clarification there, Bruce and Lane. So we now have rewording of Joshna of the original to include that up in the original recommendation.
Yes.
Yeah, we've had quite a bit of discussion around this, and we don't want to end up where we were an hour ago. I'm just looking at Glenn Raynham's comment, staff comment in the chat, subject to confirmation from the applicant that the total funds are secured for the project. The Bay of Islands. Yes, well, I think that's where we're getting at, Glenn.
Madam Chair, there's people with their hands up.
Yes, Aisha, I'm going to come to you first. Thank you.
It was just a question of whether or not the board are expecting to receive this confirmation or if they're happy for staff to receive it on your behalf.
Good point.
If we bring it back to the board, it just lengthens the process potentially unnecessarily. If you're happy for that confirmation to go to maybe the funding advisor.
So Bruce and Lane, did you hear that? Are you clear with that? Are you happy as mover and seconder that this goes to the funding advisor and staff deal with it, or do you want it to come back to the board again?
Madam Chairman, I think we're clear on what we're doing. I think that it should be up to staff at this point. We've set the criteria and staff implement it.
Thank you. Bruce, as mover, are you happy with that?
Yes, definitely.
Thank you. Right, end of discussion there. Final say to David Clamp, please, and then I'm going to put the recommendation.
Thank you, Madam. Madam, there's another piece of work to look at here. The $23,061, we already have a quotation for the dismantling and the transportation of the playground. One of the keys to this successful reinstatement of the playground is how it's dismantled and how it's bundled and transported. To me, the 23,000, a portion should be taken out for the quotations that Susie's already attained, which is for dismantling and transportation. And then the next piece of work is working with the community in Tortura North to safely reinstate it. Go on, sorry, Len.
I just wonder if we're adding a complexity there, David, that, we need the whole, I'm sorry to interrupt, Madam Chairman. I just don't want to see us stall the community and what they do. David, I think your points are quite valid, but
okay, and I thank you for that, David. And I think we're going to end the discussion there. What's come out of today so far is that subdivision representatives on the community board should be included and more involved in what we do in the way of projects in your subdivision area. Bruce has the biggest understanding of his backyard, and if Lane as seconder is happy to assist him, I'm sure between them they can work with you, Mr. Clamp, and whoever is going to be involved in this process. I think we're going to get bogged down in the process. It's whether or not we as a board today are happy to put some money on the table. I've got a recommendation, and so I'm going to put that recommendation now. Would you be happy to further discuss and liaise Bruce and Lane outside of this meeting?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you. I'm going to put the recommendation. Put the recommendation to approve the sum of $23,061 plus GST if applicable be paid from the board's community fund account to the Totoro North Residents and Ratepayers Association towards playground installation to meet the following community outcomes: communities that are healthy, safe, connected and sustainable, proud, vibrant communities. Then we have a note under there, provided that the funds are only released when the total funding associated with the entire project are obtained and provided by the funding advisor. I'm going to put that to the vote. I'm in support.
Yes, from Lane.
1 second, Madam Chair, you said provided by the funding advisor, which means that the funding advisor, to the funding advisor, because that will be provided to the council. And if you say by the funding advisor, are you expecting it to come back to the board?
No.
No, so to the funding advisor would suffice.
So provided that the funds are only released when the total funding associated with the entire project are obtained and provided to the funding advisor.
Yes.
That's right. Okay.
I'm in support.
Lane, yes.
Manuela, yes.
Bruce, yes.
Frank, yes.
Aye, taitoko.
Dave, yes.
So that is carried.
Just,
So just like
a point, Madam Chair. I notice that we're putting Rachel in these resolutions as abstaining.
Yes.
I don't think Councillor Smith is with us at the moment. Is that appropriate that we put her down as abstaining when she's not present?
she has requested that she be noted as abstained from all voting, and she was present at the meeting until I've got the time written down here.
1 a.m.
It was 1 a.m.
1 p.m.
Madam
So
Chair, Frank does have a point. We
she
will
could
note
be a
in the
dash.
minutes that she left the meeting.
Yeah.
And then for the sections where she's not present to vote, her vote won't be listed as abstained.
Correct, because yes.
Yeah. Right, moving on. I'd just like to thank David Clamp and Susie, is it, for your input into that item and the previous one. Thank you. And the earlier one in the day. Thank you. Right, so we'll move on to the next recommendation, the Williams House. So I have that we approve the sum of $20,000 plus GST if applicable be paid from the board's community fund account to the Friends of the Williams House towards establishing a permanent exhibition of artefacts at the Williams House. Do I have a mover?
I can move it, Manuela.
Thanks, Manuela. And a seconder? I'll second that to get it on the table. There's a real reluctance around some of our delegations, isn't there? But anyway, museums. This is for those of you that aren't aware, this is the Mary Williams House on the Village Green in Pai here. It is the upstairs area. Any discussion around this? They are seeking 12% of the cost of the permanent display. Manuela.
I would just like to encourage everybody on the board to go and have a look at the library, the house and the upstairs. Pretty sure a lot of people don't even know it's there and how interesting it is to be there and how rich the history is of early Pāhia and the Pākehā sense. They're doing a good job there, and even the gardens are amazing. And I know it's a lot of money, but I do think it's something that's worth preserving.
Thank you for those comments, and I'm sure everybody noted that the Friends of the Williams House and Garden actually didn't ask us for a cent for their stone shed museum in the backyard, and I'd be interested to know how many of you have actually been in that. They worked tirelessly hard and sourced external funding to actually do that, and also to restore the pump and the historical pump in the backyard and the heritage orchard of those grounds. And the community board was influential back in the day in actually pushing to get that classified as a historic reserve. And we have a salmon report which clearly states what you can and cannot do on that property, and it's very stifling. So this is perfect use of the space upstairs. They make all their money by opening the old restored garage to the footpath on the road during the summer season weekends and cruise ship days, and sell secondhand books and recycle. So the Friends of the Williams House and Garden have also, Chris Piggott would rave with excitement if he was here to talk to it, and I don't know whether he is in the background there, but he comes along to their AGMs and also attends their Christmas garden party with great enthusiasm for the support that they do on the grounds there. So any other questions? No, I'm going to put this to the vote then. So I'm in support.
Yes, from Lane.
Yes, Manuela.
No, from Bruce.
Yes, from Frank.
No.
Manawai, was it?
Aye.
And Dave.
Yes from Dave.
No from me.
Just want to confirm, Maniwai said no, and then she said aye. Is that?
Yeah, no, it's she.
Oh,
no,
yeah,
was her
sorry,
vote.
it's
Yeah,
us.
Okay.
Yes.
Is this all correct?
Well,
I've got you, Manawai. It's all good. Okay, and
Madam
Davis
Chair,
support.
Bruce said
Okay.
no.
Yeah, Member Mills voted against the motion as well.
And I don't need it noted as well.
You don't want it
Madam
noted?
Chair?
Oh, I don't. You don't have
Yes.
to note it.
Madam Chair, I said no.
Yes. Do you want it voted? Noted?
No, it doesn't matter. No.
Madam Chair, because our voting virtually is by division, automatically those that vote for or against will appear in the minutes.
Okay, sure. Okay. So that little bit confusion at the end there, that was carried, was it? So we had Bruce against. Sorry, the box is gone. We had Manawai against, Bruce against, and
1 second.
thank you, Joshna.
That's it. Oh, so they've got it. Yeah,
Bruce.
I was almost with you.
Manawai. Okay.
I think
Bruce
that
Manawai.
I've got to support Matt.
Thank you. So that's carried. Thank you. So we'll move on. That's the end. Oh, can I just actually take you back? Sorry, Joshna. After our lengthy debate prior to lunch, we carried an amendment, but I didn't put it. Something's echoing, sorry.
Yeah.
Back to the $5,000 that was vigorously debated prior to lunch. I put the amendment, but I didn't put it as the substantive motion. So can we just vote on that as a substantive motion, please?
Just 1 second. I'm going to ask my team on how to do that.
You'll need to just add a note that the amendment became the substantive vote and then put the voting boxes up again to vote.
Sorry, Joshna. Thank you. Just as we were doing that, I realised we didn't. I ate and forgot.
Okay, so I'm going to need a mover and a seconder for the substantive vote.
Yes, I'm happy to move. Do I have a seconder?
Wouldn't it be the same ones? No.
No.
Okay. Oh,
Lane. I moved. Lane seconded. Now I'm going to put the substantive motion. That the amendment become the substantive motion. I'm in support.
The amendment. Right. And of course, I'm just going.
That's yes from Lane. I'm sorry, I was muted.
Sorry, just 1 second. Let me just.
Yeah, it's all right, Joshna. Sorry, It's not easy when you get thrown backwards after we've been trying to move forwards.
Okay, so this becomes the substantive motion, and we've got a mover and a seconder for that, and now we need to just do a division for the amendment.
Thank you. So I moved. Lane seconded. I'm in support.
I'm in support.
Manuela, yes.
Bruce, yes.
Frank, yes.
Aye, total go.
Dave, yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Happy?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you. There was a lot of applications to work through, team, and I think other than that stumbling block before lunch, I think thank you for the work you did on those. Right, moving on to 7.8. I'll move that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board note the project report received from Russell Centennial Trust Board, Russell Museum. Do I have a seconder?
Yep.
Thank you, Lane.
Okay.
Any discussion around that report? I'll put it to the vote. I'm in support.
Manuela, yes.
Lane, yes.
Frank, yes.
Bruce, yes.
Aye, total go.
Dave, yes.
Thank you. That's carried. Right, moving on to item 7.9. That the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board received the report Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Statement of Financial Performance Activities by Ward for the period ending 31st of March 2022. Do I have a mover?
Manuela.
Thank you, Manuela. Seconder?
Lane.
Thanks, Lane. I'd just like to thank the report writer, Segun, for the commentary on page 200 that is accompanying this recommendation or this report. It does make it a lot easier for me to understand the figures, particularly when we've got the issues with the Provincial Growth Fund and the Tourism Infrastructure Fund being thrown in there. It just helps to have that explanation on page. Thank you, Catherine. Enjoy your seminar, your study. I'm not sure if we have the report writer with us, but is there any questions, any discussion around this? No. Put it to the vote and move on. Thank you, Joshna. I'm in support.
Lane, yes.
Manuela, yes.
Chris, yes.
Frank, yes.
I total court.
Dave, yes.
Thank you, carried. Right, moving on to 8.1, information report, Opito Bay Reserves Management Plan proposal. I'll move that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board receives as information only the report on Opito Bay Reserves Management Plan proposal. Do I have a seconder?
Frank will second.
Thank you, Frank. Do we have Ross with us?
Yes, Belinda, I'm here. Thank you.
Kia ora, Ross. Welcome to our long day. Would you like to just speak to this report in case there's any questions or queries around it? I realise it's an information report, but we do have two members on our board that were tasked with Lane Ear and Frank Owen that were tasked with going out and looking into this reserve issue, and I have forwarded you the information.
Yes, thank you. I just to round out this report, I'm sure most of you realise there's a number of issues at Opito Bay relating to all of the portfolio of reserves out there. They're listed in the some of those issues are listed in the report. I don't need to go over those again. What we've considered is what's the best way to deal with the complaints we're getting, the issues. How can we plan for Opito Bay in such a way that brings the public hopefully on board for the best use of that land now and in the future. And a reserve management plan process that addresses all of the reserves in the bay that are owned or managed by council seems to be the best way to go forward, because it will be open to that engagement and consultative process. And through that, we're able to shape what the public iwi entities want for the use of that land now and into the future, and we end up with basically a blueprint for Opito Bay, bearing in mind that, as you're aware, there's huge demand, limited land, and competing interests. So not everyone's going to be happy with whatever their final outcome is, but at least it will be a transparent process, and it won't result, hopefully, in ad hoc decisions being made and ad hoc developments occurring. And that's probably all I have to say at this stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ross, and welcome to the new role, and welcome to reserves, parks and reserves.
Thank you.
Very good report, thank you. I have Frank has a question he'd like to ask.
No, Madam Chair. Sorry,
Comment.
I just want to congratulate Ross on the report. Lane and I sat down and went out there, put our report to council, and I think your report is absolutely in line with what we hope might be the course of action. So thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Nothing for anyone else to add? We'll let you get on with your day, Ross.
Okay. Thank you.
See you. Right, we'll put that to the vote. I am in support. Thank you.
Yes, Lane.
Yes, Manuela.
Yes, Bruce.
Yes, Frank.
Aye, tautoko.
Yes, Dave.
Carried. Thank you. Moving on to item 8.2. This is the petition that was spoken to by Anouk in our speaker session prior to the meeting today, that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board formally received the petition from Anouk Van Donzel on behalf of all signatories on the petition, and B, request the Chief Executive or his appointed staff to investigate options to close the rubbish collection point identified in the position as the corner of Waiere Road and State Highway 10 Kaio. Do I have a mover?
Yes.
Bruce, thank you. Seconder?
Frank.
Frank, thank you. Any discussion?
Belinda, can you just tell me who seconded that?
Frank.
Frank.
Bruce.
Yes.
Bruce moved and Frank seconded. Bruce, as the mover, did you want to add anything to this?
Yes, I'll like to obviously have my support. This has been discussion for quite some time. It's an absolute, it's unsightly. It's terrible. You can see people have been dumping stuff there for so long. These bags, black bags, boxes of cardboard, you name it. You can see it. They come and council comes and cleans it all up, and before you know it, within a couple of days, there's other stuff strewn around. It's really disgusting. I've discussed it with people right up that road, and I actually haven't had a negative comment about removing it. Everyone's, so it's got to be done. It's only about 50 metres up the road from our Welcome to Kaio sign, which is pretty lousy. So, I mean, as I said, I'm in support. We did close another one like this at the bottom of our road, on Omani Road. I was very sceptical that it was going to work, knowing the people who were dumping stuff there. And it did work. I was quite astounded. So, full marks to the people of Kaio who adhered to it. As far as relocating it, there are some big issues there. We went through it before when we did close the Omani one, and I'm struggling to find another site. White Hills is just up the road, up the top of the hill. People drive to Kerikeri all the time. So, and these people who have been supporting it, people are right at the very end of the road. It's a long way to travel. So, that's all I can say. I'm just totally for getting this thing removed. It's disgusting.
That's great. Thanks, Bruce. And I think in relation to sites, we need to look more at our reserves. We have loads of them. We just don't know where they all are. So perhaps an RFS to request a copy of the site maps in that area to look at the potential reserves might be the start for a way forward, Bruce. Manawai.
What was it?
Oh, kia ora. I just wanted to empathise with the whānau, and just this is very much the situation we had with the taumāori there. Petition for a similar thing to be moved, so we'll take it away with the rats that we had attracting to the space. So, and people dropping off rubbish 3 or 4 days earlier, sometimes 5 days earlier than the collection point. So aroha for the community, and I'm glad that they brought it up. Kia ora.
Stop collecting it.
Oh, no.
Thank you. Any more discussion? I'm going to put this to the vote, Joshna. Bruce move, Frank second. I'm in support.
Yes, Lane.
Yes, Manuela.
Yes, Bruce.
Yes, Frank.
Aye, tautoko.
It's a yes from Dave, and also my apologies. I have an appointment to attend, so I have to leave the meeting now.
Thanks, Dave.
Ka kite.
Ka kite.
Right, that was carried. So we'll move on to item 8.3. Excuse me. I'll move that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board receives the report Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board Action Sheet Update, April 2022. Do I have a seconder?
Manuela.
Thank you, Manuela. You'll see the updates there in the right-hand column. Tapu Point, Manuela, seems to be
I got great hopes with the new CEO's vision of actually getting things done, that he actually will start at the bottom of the heap with the things that have been sitting there for years and years, and then work his way through to the most recent things and not the other way around. Can I also add on that I had a phone call yesterday about the coastal track between Pahia and Opua, where they closed the boardwalk, and I had a very good conversation with a staff member, and according to him, it will all be done by September. How good is that?
Excellent.
So good.
So yeah, so this is really exciting because it's not a good situation and there's an accident waiting to happen on the road. Yeah, so that was really refreshing, and he asked for the permission to talk to me directly, and I go like, oh my God, where are we? You know, this shouldn't happen. They should be talking to us, and that was really good. So it's awesome.
Excellent, thank you. And now with Blair at the helm and Ross, who is ex-Heritage New Zealand, excuse me, and reserves, we've had a bit of a limbo with our reserves, as you're aware, with the other issue you have with the Higgins. So hopefully we'll see some more movement. Cheryl Gavin's updated on that. Moreton Bay Fig.
Yeah, it will be interesting to know what we're going to do there too, just as with the controversial redwoods. I mean, it's just a band-aid at the moment that doesn't work, and it's just money being spent without actually achieving anything.
And you and I have had that discussion on our placemaking strand walk with staff, and talked about a few options. And that tree will obviously be part of the placemaking kaupapa when you come to do that. So those ideas can be thrown around in the community as to how best to care for that tree. Okay, alfresco dining.
That's becoming urgent now because we're just about at the renewal stage.
Yes, yes, and it is a I think it's a new policy actually, Manuela, and I did have a lengthy discussion from a staff member the other day over the 98, 89, 98 I think policies, and some of the things in there that affect community boards, and they are looking at the alfresco dining issue, and it's just reiterating that we need to be involved in that, so that by the 1st of June when people reapply, they won't automatically just get it. It will be noted somehow. We'll work through that. It is noted that that is being reviewed, and at some stage, obviously, when we come to do the strand, which is very affected with alfresco dining, there will have to be some closures and some movements. There's quite a lot to work through there, but yes, definitely.
So will that be ready for this year's new approvals, or what's happening with the 1st of June? That's 3 weeks away.
they automatically roll over
But we said
by the 30th.
But we said not to do that in our meeting. That was an absolute farce. So that's what I'm putting up a flag saying what's happening. So we're not going to be in that situation again where it's automatically rolls over, which was not to happen for the Strand. So I'm awaiting some guidance from staff here.
Yeah. True. Okay. So we need to keep our finger on the pulse. I have.
That's 3 weeks away.
Yeah, I know. And I thought it was 30th of June, but apparently they apply on the 1st of June and get it the 30th of June. Our original recommendation in here, I think, is for 30th of June. It should have actually read 1st of June.
Well, it expires on the 30th of June, the current thing. So, but we need to be, that's right. Yeah. So it does say properly in the recommendation, expires on the 30th of June, but who do I write to Melissa? Because this needs to be done now.
You can do. I've made comment, but Aisha's got her hand up. Aisha?
Oh, yep.
Given it was a resolution of the board, we can follow up again with the team and just make sure that they understand that the board's request is that these applications do not automatically renew. We understand they're working on an update for the action sheet and looking to have some time with all community boards around what's happening in the policy and bylaw pace.
Thanks, Aisha.
Okay. Thanks, Aisha.
All right, moving on to the next page. The next issue there is Power Road petition. We are still awaiting some suitable feedback from the pre-construction report that we can include in our agenda for public information following the community's petition on that issue. And it has been a few months coming, so
Madam Chairman, didn't we receive a report?
Madam Chair, through you, we've received, Elizabeth Stacey came and updated us, and there was a request for a written post-construction report to be provided to the board as a, we requested. Transferability. I've spoken to Elizabeth since, and she said she's getting that ready to provide to the board.
Excellent, thank you. The reasoning behind that at the timeline was that so we could, because of the petition we received, it was acknowledgement back to the community from the community board. If it was in our agenda, it's in the public arena and they have the information. So it's really a follow-up. And survey, do you need to further update us on those trees? The survey that was completed.
Which tree?
It's all trees, isn't it? It's very interesting.
Trees and pets. For the removal of hedge. So this is in relation to the hedge.
Madam Chair, through you.
Yes.
With regard to that hedge, I've received some feedback from staff, and they've indicated that the key property owners informed them that the trees are actually on their boundary, and that had come out from that survey, and they will not be removing any of the trees, and they will receive, they'll deal with it if there's any pushback from the community.
So the survey was completed.
And the outcome is that the trees are on the property owners, yes.
So it was worth doing the survey, and your site visit was worthwhile, Bruce. Interesting, the property owners don't want to remove them, and I think your layman's assessment was that they were all pretty rotten, wasn't it? What was your? Do you remember? That's the ones between the Bruce, between the Kitty Sports Ground and the new playground that they're building there, and the neighbours. That's off Waipapa Road, where the sports complex is, and you went and actually walked that hedge and had a look at it?
No, I stood at the gate. I could see it very clearly. The trees were all dying. They've got the canker. They were tying each other together. The branches are so tight, so they're not going to fall over. And the fence that's there, whether it's on the right line or not, was actually indicating that these trees are all planted on the neighbours' properties and not on the council land.
And Joshna's just said that's been confirmed, that they are predominantly on the neighbouring properties' land, and that they are not taking any action on them at the moment.
The original report was commenting that the neighbours were blaming the council for trimming them up, that it killed them. But no, and my son deals with that sort of thing quite a lot, and he said himself, no, they all got the canker. They're going out. There's a lot of trees around Kerikeri Way. The whole shelter belts are all peeking over, but the redwoods are
go out the back.
Yeah, no, they've got it.
Well, a good outcome on that to know that it was surveyed, and that we now know the legalities of the property.
Yeah, great.
So this can be removed now. Excellent.
Woohoo!
Didn't take a brain surgeon to work it out either.
Okay. Permit to occupy Plantation Reserve, Te Waihapu Road.
I know Kay's been to visit together with Anita, I think.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I guess we just await the outcome of that. It's been over a month ago that they went and saw, I think, both parties there. So yeah.
Yeah. Through the chair, Kay has updated to say that she's met with both the neighbours, and there's an additional neighbour who's interested to legalize their access to right of way there, and they will be submitting a report to the community board.
Thank you.
Okay, so they all want to legalise their right of ways. Okay, thank you. So additions to our action sheet, Joshna. What have we got? Back to the road naming that Manawai raised.
Madam Chair, there's still two more. It's the Cherry Park House.
Have I got that?
Next page.
Apologies, I took my paper out and turned it back the wrong way.
But I hope not.
The notice of motion, Cherry Park House. Frank is dealing with that one, and that's starting to move along slowly. Frank, do you want to update anyone on anything?
Yes, if I could, please. I've had a recent discussion with Darren James. We have a couple of little issues. One is Cherry Park House is not subject to any rules. It is not a community facility, and therefore there is no requirement to get a building warrant of fitness. The other reason you could get a building warrant of fitness is to ensure that all of the fire precautions are adequate. Unfortunately, at the moment, there are no fire precautions. What is going to happen is they are putting a emergency exit downstairs in the room where the kiln is, and they're basically taking out part of the wall and the window and putting an exit door. At the moment, if you're downstairs and there's a fire, the only way you can get out is through the window. So Darren is going ahead and putting in a proper fire door. The other thing we need to do urgently, and I would like to move, if I could, that the community board urgently recommend to council that Cherry Park House be included under the council's halls policy. And that then gives us a framework in which we can move this forward. Because it doesn't sit anywhere at the moment, everyone is duck shoving because it doesn't come into their area. And I think it would be helpful to get it under the halls policy. There's clear policy then how the building should be managed, what the obligations of the management committee are, and so on. So if I could move, and I'll give you some wording, move that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board urgently ask council to urgently investigate or urgently place Cherry Park House under the council's hall policy. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Just whether Joshna's got that wording.
Frank, just read that out, that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board.
Yep. Oh, you want after that?
Urgently ask council
urgently?
to urgently place Cherry Park House under the Whanau District Council halls policy.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Is there a seconder for that motion?
I'm happy to second it. We'll just give Joshna a minute to type that.
Frank and Belinda. Urgently ask council to place the Cherry Park House under the halls policy.
Yep,
So I think,
Yep.
sorry, I think there was just a slight amendment to that to ask that council urgently place Cherry Park House under the halls policy.
Isn't that what
It's
she's
got
saying?
here urgently ask
Just,
council.
can you see the motion, Frank? The wording's not
Yes, I
quite right.
I think we don't want to urgently ask council.
Yeah.
We want council to urgently
Urgently
place.
act.
Yes.
Oh, yes, sorry. Yes, sorry. Yes. The community board asked council to
With urgency.
yeah, with urgency. Thank you, Lane.
You're welcome.
Happy with that wording, Frank?
Yes, very happy.
So you've moved, I've seconded. I'm going to put that motion to the vote. And support.
Yes, Lane.
Yes, Manuela.
Yes, Bruce.
Yes, Frank.
No, I tautoko.
Okay, that's carried. Our final item,
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Just on that, while I note that it's just a request from the community board, I'm a little
Yes.
bit concerned around
The
the
motion?
implications and what it might mean in practice, especially if there are concerns around fire exits, including it in council's halls policy might incur a fair amount of obligation under council. So there'll probably be some delays in seeing traction with that request so that staff can
Yes,
provide council with the sufficient information before they act.
I appreciate that, and that's why Frank is putting this, because we are aware of council's risk with this building, hiring it out to the public. A fire door is being installed, and that may enable them to work toward some sort of warrant of fitness or something, but this risk and liability sits with council. We're just making them aware of the fact that it doesn't sit under a policy, and that risk needs to be managed. So Frank has been liaising with Darren and trying to find a way of moving this forward. It's pretty much how Cherry Park House has been overlooked for years, really, and no action taken. Frank, do you want to reply to that?
Yeah, just picking up on Aisha's point. Aisha, I acknowledge what you're saying, that moving it may create issues. I can assure you the management committee is well aware of that, and it would be fair to say that we're very well aware that the building might be found not for purpose and that the current activities cannot appropriately carry on there. And we acknowledge that. But if that is the case, we need to act. We can't sit there and say if we put it under the urgency, under the halls policy, it might create issues. The issue is already there. We've got to deal with the issue. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes. And thank you for your work on that. And we are aware of the risk. Moving on to the redwood trees, well, we know the outcome from that. Nina's team to obtain a level 3 report. Well, at this stage, that is not being done. and I believe 6 trees have been removed. So would we like to update that to request a report to the board on the results from the CEO's actions, which were in conflict to our resolution? Or we'll just await an update? How do you want to deal with this?
Well, Madam Chair, obviously the request for the level 3 assessment is no longer appropriate. It does seem to me that the Chief Executive, by virtue of his actions, has now given us a clear understanding as to the soundness of the trees. And I wondered, does this need to remain on our action report anymore?
Will he still do a level 3 assessment following the report? I don't know. Aisha?
I think while the board members have observed some of the trees have been removed and you're aware of conversations that have taken place, I think we should be leaving it on the action sheet for now until we have a formal response that provides you guidance on what to do moving forward. Noting that there were only 6 trees removed and there's still a multiple number left.
Excuse me, Madam Chairman, to that point, for Aisha's point, it's my understanding the 6 trees were removed to get a sampling of the health of the stand.
Yep.
They weren't removed because they were rotten or anything else. They were subject to selection to get a, I was going to use the word autopsy, but that of course is a motive. But they were going to be inspected after they'd been felled, both their trunk and whatever. So as far as I'm aware, from comments that I've had since then, there was no significant rot found in the 6 that were felled. I could be wrong though, I haven't got it written.
Oh, you know more than me. Okay.
I think, Madam
we await
Chair,
the report. So if we get a copy of it, I don't know what the outcome, what the next process is going to be in relation to the CEO, but I assume after the discussion here when he phoned me that we will be kept informed from here on in. Yes, Aisha.
I think it's worthwhile just to mention as well, I've been privy to some conversations with the CEO where he's made it quite clear that he wants to properly understand the outcomes that board would like to see or any elected members. So rather than asking for a report, or I think Cherry Park House is another example where you've asked us to do something with it, but it doesn't provide the Chief Executive guidance on what that bigger picture is that you are wanting to achieve in doing so.
So
just a seed for future thought.
Yeah, and it's a really good point because it comes back to this who's dealing with what. So Frank is the delegate on that Cherry Park House committee, and Frank is the subdivision representative dealing with that issue. So perhaps Frank, that should be noted in that resolution so that those dealing with it know who the point of contact is. Because if Darren were to leave tomorrow, what happens?
It'll be a pain in the ass, bluntly.
We're seeing a pattern emerge here that we have an opportunity to actually steer council in the direction that will give them the correct contact or the correct people to have the conversation with over solutions and outcomes and their process.
Okay, I think with Cherry Park House, what I want to see and what the committee want to see, we actually want to establish whether it's fit for purpose. I don't think it is. I don't think the committee does. So if it's not fit for purpose, then the next point says, righto, we've got to get rid of it and we've got to do something else. And there have been some informal discussions about what other options might be appropriate for the activities carried out in Cherry Park House. But if you want me to say what's the ultimate action is to get rid of Cherry Park House, bowl it, use a good piece of land for something else, and make another decision where we can relocate the arts and crafts group somewhere else in the area. Now, there have been some, as I say, informal discussions about what options might be, but there's been nothing formal. But I'm, shall I say, trying to gently steer that conversation in a direction that means Cherry Park House goes and something more suitable is put in place.
Okay, so that's the outcome so far to date. But what I'm asking is should we note that member Frank Owen is tasked with dealing with the Cherry Park House issues? The fact that you are that it's delegated to you under the community facilities, it doesn't sit with that halls policy, so therefore it's just in limbo. My point is, moving forward as point of contact, you are the go-to person on the board, and anything that you feel the board needs to know or goes into public arena for engagement or whatever, you will be the person to contact.
Absolutely happy to.
Can we just note that in there?
Madam Chair, I think
please?
that's a given. I don't think it's necessary.
Yeah,
we know that he is the appointed member.
Can I just jump in here? Sorry.
Yeah.
I don't think we should have it as the goal or the achievement we want with Cherry Park House for it to be demolished. I mean, of course, I understand where you're coming from, but it probably should say we wanted to know if it's fit for purpose properly or what has to be done. I mean, these things go on record, and I don't think it would be a good thing to go out there that we want that for now, unless it's proven it's not for purpose.
But
right.
This is as a result of your work with the committee, Cherry Park House Committee, Frank, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Look, okay. I've kept in close contact with the committee. I have their full support for where I'm coming from, and they are fully aware. I mean, we discussed this right away back when we decided to go for a building warrant of fitness. I said, guys, realise if you go for that and it doesn't get one, then you might not have somewhere to come Monday, and they accept that. They're taking an intelligent approach, if I might be so bold as to say that. It's not about how this is going to affect us and our activities. This is about our responsibilities, health and safety wise, etc., as the management committee of this facility. And they've been brilliant in seeing that clear distinction.
Yeah, but us as governance, we don't need to do that. We're governing to instruct the staff to find out what's the go with the building, right?
Yeah.
Or am I wrong in that? Yeah, okay, cool. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Manuela. David Clendon, Councillor Clendon, you want to comment on this?
Yeah, just having heard Frank's update, I mean, he may well have thought of this already, but I think probably a quiet word with John Vucic in his role as chair of the Audit, Risk and Finance Committee. Hearing the situation, I think John might just fall off his chair when he, and that just might help progress things in a timely fashion.
You think?
That John was aware of that, of the fact that, this facility's been hired out for public use in its current state.
Yes,
that would keep me awake at night, I'd have to say, if I sat on that chair. It might just, as I say, help facilitate a timely response, shall we say.
Well, David, to be fair, as the board representative on the management committee, when I first became aware of a lot of the issues, I had a sleepless night, to be perfectly honest.
I'm not a bit surprised, quite seriously.
Yeah, we have a lot of that. We have a lot of those issues across the district. Yeah. Okay, one more comment. We have Glenn Raynham. Glenn, would you like to talk to us?
Thank you, through the chair. Yeah, I'm quite, what word am I going to use? Horrified to hear about this too. Concerned. And I will certainly be going back and talking about this with Mr. Finch.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Could I talk about, do you mind, about the last action point with the redwoods? and the note that's made there about Nina Goby's team to obtain a level 3 report. So as you know, you've been briefed, the 6 tree redwoods within that section of trees, that section of 120 trees, 6 were sectionally felled, so that there could be some assessment done by independent qualified arborist around the health of those representative trees. And so I think the outcome of that also, no, let me rephrase it. So the felling of those trees will result in an arborist report, and it's that the result of that arborist report that should come back to the committee or the community board that will replace this level 3 report. So I think you should definitely be getting an arborist report back on the health of those trees, which was what you were after. It's just that it won't be a level 3 assessment report. It'll be a report based on the findings of that sectional felling.
Thank you, Glenn, and thank you for that update. Okay, that is the end of our existing list.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Lane has his hand raised.
Yes, he does. Manuela's given me. Manuela's improved my technology today. She's given me a another pop-up opener so I can see who the order of the hands as well. So thanks, Manuela. That's great. Yes, Lane.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. I'd just like to go on record of thanking Frank and his committee at Cherry Park House. This has been an ongoing nightmare for a long time. And I thank them for taking it by the horns and bringing it to the forefront. Look, I'm using all those good words. None of this negates the fact that we as a community want somewhere where the artists of Kerikeri can do their activity.
Sure, and I'm sure that will be a hot topic of conversation in the community should the building be shut down pronto. Yep. And it will have people scrambling in different directions looking for venues and things, including ourselves.
Yep. In fairness, Madam Chair, and this, is not widely known and need not be widely known. We have been looking at alternative venues, trying to say, well, look, if this is going to happen, can we find somewhere? And there is work, Lane, in fairness, being done in that area, quietly beneath the surface, trying to find solutions.
Thanks, Frank. And managing that risk is paramount. Right, so if that's the end of our existing action sheet, I'll just take you back to page 44, Joshna. Is Manawai still there?
Page 44.
I am here, and I am ready to talk about adding in that road name in kaupapa.
Thank you. Yes, I have written that down.
Yeah.
The suggestion that the wording be altered in the staff assessment section.
That's really what my comment was about. Not about chasing up relationship kaupapa. Really, it was just about amending that language. I know that's related to it.
So that it read that Hapu representatives were emailed requesting their feedback is the wording that I wrote down at the time.
Yes.
And that this be
whatever they did, just write in whatever they did. So if they didn't email but they phone called, but we know that we need a paper trail, but yeah.
Yeah. Note the action taken to communicate is what we're after. And it was suggested that it go to strategic policy and planning, strategy and policy. Through Rachel's to be noted at.
Oh, Aisha's got your.
Yes, Aisha.
Thank you. I'm just a little bit confused, and I wasn't here for the earlier conversation. Are you looking to direct staff on how to process applications, or are you looking to make a policy statement?
And were you here when Selena was sharing her korero? So my question was really about, in the grid, when it talks about were Māori consulted, and then they put in the other box what happened.
Staff assessment.
Yeah, staff assessment. That's it. And it said Hapu had been consulted, but she said that they had been emailed, and we just wanted it to state exactly what had happened, because consultation has all of these other meanings for lots of different people. And if you're emailing someone, that's not what people naturally think of as consultation. So we're looking just for a more accurate description of what they're actually doing.
Of how they had
So
been
we
contacted.
We can
The word-
definitely take that on board and provide that guidance to staff that we need to be careful in the words that we're using so
Yes.
that it more correctly reflects the action that was carried out. I don't know that it requires a resolution
action
from you
point.
today to actually change the policy or the process. We just need staff to be aware that they need to use accurate wording.
I
Glenn
think
also
Aisha,
has his hand up.
yeah, Aisha, for me, the insensitivity is around using the word consulted in particular, and that it should be that that you requested feedback, because they are not consulted with. They're asked to. The policy is not doesn't require consultation at this stage. So
But I think
that
the
was,
terms, sorry to interrupt, but using the
yes,
term saying that we consulted but did not
yeah,
receive a response, that's not consultation, that's informing them and they chose not to participate, or we didn't give them enough time, or we contacted the wrong person. That's definitely not
yeah.
consultation.
And the discussion though was around the implication of using the word consulted, that people would think it was consultation and it should just be informed for feedback, requested feedback. But I'd like to hear from Glenn on this.
Thank you, Chair. I think there's 2 points here. One of them is very easy. So in relation to that particular box in the report, using the correct language, I will take that back to Selena's manager and the NTA general manager and make sure that that language is changed to reflect that they're informed and invited for comment via email. Selena did mention, if I recall, and I'm not sure whether it was feedback she had received from the iwi representatives or whether it was her opinion in terms of the lack of feedback coming in recent times, and whether that was more about iwi's desire to be more fully engaged, and perhaps it's bigger, the engagement or the consultation, than just road naming, and that conversation would need to be directed toward the Tihono unit within SPMP, but that's a separate thing. But in terms of getting the report right, I'll take that action back through to the NTA and get that changed.
Thank you. Yeah, there were 2 things that came from that, and you've captured them both.
Excellent. Thanks, Glenn, for that. Okay, so anything else to add to the action sheet that came out of today? Should we note that Dave Hukaikipa was happy to speak with Kippa Munro in relation to this issue?
I think so.
Glenn.
Sorry, one more thing, Madam Chair. No. I'm not sure whether you were planning to discuss this or not, but I'm just following on from the deputation by Terry in terms of his request for the board to champion that local project, and whether you decide yourself that you would like to champion, because if that's the case, then the opportunity for you to champion it to get into next year's budget is fast approaching.
Eroding.
Yeah, that's right. So I just mention that.
Thank you. Yes. It's quite a complex issue, that, and thank you, Joshna, for those attachments that you circulated. I felt there was a number of things that I needed clarification on, and I'm sure moving forward, Ross Baker will be able to advise us as the new Parks and Reserves Manuela.
Yeah, I think was that project, which is an awesome project and it's really needed, and it will be really good to have to get to the beach down there, because there's a beautiful beach at the bottom, but there's no official access. But it seems like it's not quite all the ducks in a row from what I see, unfortunately, and that's a problem, isn't it? I think that's where the hook is, that it's not, where Terry tries really hard to get it going and have all, you know, the volunteer things, agreement and all that, and it just seems to be really, really hard to get that done, doesn't it? It's just,
yes.
Yeah, and I would love, I don't know if it's for the community board to champion this, to be honest.
Unfortunately, time has not been in his favour.
No.
There's a lot more red tape and legislation now around this, and also the discussions within council around volunteer agreements within themselves. And I know one of the queries that I have been asking just over the last few years has been around ongoing maintenance and good maintenance plans with those volunteer agreements, and a succession program. You know, when these people move or die or are incapable of maintaining these facilities, that I haven't seen the volunteer agreement that he says that they signed and sent to council. It's obviously gone into limbo or sitting somewhere or in legal, and there seems to be a trend now toward the work focusing on establishing suitable management plans for reserves and prioritising those rather than rushing into volunteer agreements. And Whaoro Road is a classic example of that, where you get where once we got into the legacy and historic issues around that whole area, not just the one property or two properties in question, was the fact that there were two interested parties wanting to maintain it and wanting to have volunteer agreements. And this is an issue for future generations moving forward. We have to have something, a model or something. It seems to be, I feel it's the volunteer agreements seem to be coming slightly unstuck, and the more walking tracks and steps and pathways we form. Manuela, you had another example over the backside of old Jack's Bay, wasn't it? Jack and Jill Bay, where a walkway was redone, and we weren't involved in that, and it was not a good outcome. So yeah, there's a lot to this, but I have Aisha's hand and Glenn. Glenn, do you want to comment first on?
Madam
Thank
Chair,
you. Thank you. Yep, Aisha.
I'm just conscious that you are coming close to the meeting duration time of no longer than 6 hours without a resolution to continue meeting. And we are at the moment have a table, we have a motion on the table around the action sheet, and you do still have other motions to pass. And I wanted to remind the board that the action sheet is a mechanism to provide you with an update on how staff have progressed the decisions that you've made. It's not an opportunity for you to add things on unless it's a resolution that's come up throughout the meeting. I think the point that, or any of the deputations that you had this morning, if they are the desires of the community that they put through you as their representatives at council, the appropriate mechanism for you to raise that within the organisation is through your strategic plan.
Yes, so that was the next point I was coming to, is really that's all we could do is move that we add this item to our strategic plan, and then the necessary work can take place on all the boundaries and legalities and the previous agreement and that history and legacy file that they have, because we clearly don't have all the information in front of us. He has been working directly with district facilities staff, and we haven't been kept in that loop. Thanks, Aisha. What is our meeting? Is it 4, our cut-off time?
Yes.
Thank you. Glenn? No? Sorry, I'm struggling with my light now.
Madam Chair, nobody has their hand up.
No, thank you. Okay, so to progress this, I will move that the Terry Greening's presentation for on the Te Waihapu community project be moved, be added to our strategic plan?
It's Kaha Place, not Te
Oh, you want to
Waihapu.
put, okay.
That's how what he calls it.
Terry Greening's Kaha Place. Kahu?
Kaha, K-A.
Kaha Place, yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, K-A?
K-A-H-A.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Place.
Kaha Place Community Project proposal. Be added to the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board's strategic plan.
Madam Chair, do we need to refer to it as the Terry Greening Kaha Place Community Project proposal? Or can you just refer to it as the Te Kaha Place Community Proposal as raised by Terry Greening during deputations?
Yes, could be. Yep.
Aisha, you want to just give the wording to that?
It is his though. He's actually, can I just look at that email? I think it's his, Terry.
Is it a project he's doing on behalf of the community or a...
It's his family trust doing it, I believe, the Terry Greening Family Trust. Did everybody read those documents?
Yes, and Terry said it himself this morning during his deputation that most neighbours are brand new because there was a lot of movement around down Kaha Place. So I do think it is his project at the moment where he would like to enclose the neighbours, but it hasn't happened yet.
I'm just bringing it up. I'm pretty sure it's the Terry Greening Family Trust.
And is it Te Kaha Place or?
No,
Kaha
just
Place?
Kaha.
Okay.
It's a bit slow to download. Am I correct, Manuela? It's just the Terry Greening Family Trust.
I think so. I'm pretty sure that's what I read too in the email from Joshna.
My computer's going really slow. My other
mine
one.
too.
So, okay. Well, I've moved that. Do I have a seconder for that?
Yes, I'll second that.
Okay,
Manuela.
Strategic plan. Thank you for reminding me of that one.
So this is a whole new amendment. Madam Chair, I am a little bit confused.
We are just adding. We are adding this because he presented.
So we're going to be. So there was the initial committee recommendation. We've received the report, and then there was a motion that was moved by Frank to include that the Bay of Ireland. We asked Council to place Cherry Bark House under the halls policy with urgency.
Yes.
And then that would have become the substantive motion, which I need a mover and a seconder for. And
we are adding.
So
we are. Sorry,
are we adding?
Intent.
So because we're speaking to different items to be added onto the action sheet, I've added a third little thing in it, which says add new items onto the action sheet with the following: Terry Greening Kaha Place, and then I'll need wording for the next few things that you want to add on.
You want me to move the report as moved by myself and seconded by Manuela first? You want me to vote on that, sorry, first, and then add the additional items? Is that what you're asking me you want to do?
Everything that we're going to be adding is going to need a new motion. And then at the end of it, we'll take a substantive motion.
Correct. Okay. I've got you. Okay. If you want to do that way, yeah.
So do we need to vote on Terry's deputation? Is that what we need to do?
No, it's just we're moving.
You're going to be moving.
If we're all in agreement to add those to the action sheet, I moved, you seconded. If we're all in agreement and vote on it, then it won't need to be
Okay.
Redone, will it?
Okay, so you moved it, Manuela seconded a new motion, and the new motion is going to be that the Bay of Islands Community Whangaroa Board
receive the report. You could put and the additions because we're the same movers and seconders.
This one here is the movement. This is getting Terry's thing on board now.
Yes, I moved, Manuela seconded, but we also moved and seconded the report, but you wanting to move and second it as an additional item.
Yes,
okay.
And this is just for what you're going to be adding onto the action sheet now.
Yes, yep.
Okay.
So I think just to help you out, Joshna, I think we've had a mover and seconded to receive the report, and we amended it to include the Cherry Park House, and now we're amending it again to include the Terry Greening. And then you will need to vote on all of these again as the substantive motion relation to the action sheet.
So so we voted in Frank's item. Now we're voting in things to be added onto the action sheet, and then everything will be voted as the substantive motion.
So rather than what to add to the action sheet, I think it's just a vote on whether or not the board want to include Terry Greening's Kaha Place proposal to their strategic plan.
And I've moved, Manuela's seconded. You want us to vote on that? I'm going to put that to the vote.
Are we keeping you up, Bruce?
Yep.
I'm in support.
Yes, Lane.
Yes, Manuela.
Yes, Bruce.
Yes, Frank.
And Manuela is just
Aye, Tautoko.
Yes.
And then Joshna, I think the other item that you had for the action sheet around the road naming was decided with Glenn that that's no longer required, Madam Chair?
Yes. He's taken those 2 points on board. So did we need to, we didn't need to move, yes, we moved, Frank moved, I seconded the Cherry Park House issue to be added to the hall policy. Shall we put that to the vote?
Yeah, I'm going to need a mover and a seconder because it's becoming a substantive motion now.
I'll move.
I'll second.
I'll move came from?
Frank.
Frank
moved.
And Manuai.
Okay. Yep. I'm going to need division on all of this.
Gosh, I'm getting lost. I'm really hot now. Aisha, did we vote on moved Frank, seconded myself in relation to the adding Cherry Park House to the hall policy? I said Cherry Park.
Yeah, we've done that.
Yeah, I thought you already had it.
Thank you.
You scroll up, I think.
Thank you.
Got it mentioned
okay,
earlier.
so we're back to the
division.
So, Madam Chair, I think if there's no further actions or comments from the action sheet, you can put the substantive motion.
Yep. Okay, so I've just got the voting box over it. Sorry, I can't see. So we've got that. The Bay of Islands-Whangaroa, thank you, Joshua. Community Board receives the report. Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board Action Sheet Update April 2022 and asks Council to place Cherry Park House under the Hall's policy with urgency and add the following new item onto the action sheet with the following: Terry Greening Kaha Place Community Project proposal be added to the Community Board's strategic plan.
Yeah.
Okay, so that now becomes the substantive motion, moved by Frank, seconded by Manawai, and I'm going to put that to the vote. I'm in support.
Yes, Lane.
Yes, Manuela.
Yes, Bruce.
Yes, Frank.
Right, tautoko.
Thank you. We all still alive? That's carried. Now I would like to move our final item that we go into public exclusion.
I'll second.
If I can find it.
That was Frank.
Yep.
Thank you.
Has the live stream been turned off?
I'm just going to move. I'm just going to move that. No, I haven't. We can't turn off yet. It was I moved and Frank seconded, right? The recommendation is that the public be excluded from the following parts of the proceedings of this meeting: the general subject matter of each matter to be considered while the public is excluded, the reason for the passing of this resolution in relation to each matter, and the specified grounds under section 48 of the Local Government Official Information Meeting Act 1987 for the passing of this resolution are as follows. Item 9.1, new lease for FENZ 9 Homestead Road. I move. Frank second. I'm in support.
Yes. Plain.
Yes. Yes, Manuela.
Yes, Bruce.
Thank you.
Yes, Frank.
Aye, tautoko.
I'll need a division on this to move out.
Oh, yes, you do. please. Thank you, Malima. And I would just like, before we close our meeting, to thank everybody for the long, hot day, and for all our people out there who are listening to us live streaming. Thank you very much for joining us. And I will ask for a volunteer to close us with a karakia. Thank you.
I'll close us with a karakia. I knew we would need that really in-depth, long karakia at the beginning, whānau. Yes. So you're welcome. Here we go. Ai o ki te aorangi, ai o ki te whenua, ai o ki te ao katoa, ai o ki a hau. Peace to the universe, peace to the land, peace to all things, and peace to me. Ai o.
Kia ora Manawai, thank you for that, and thank you all for your attendance.